It's a little bit tired. How many folks do we have on Zoom today, Rachel?
Hi there, Chair Frank. We have not taken attendance yet. Valerie, do you want to lead that, or Chair Frank, do you want to lead it?
Oh, you guys go for it.
I'm happy to take attendance.
Okay, yeah.
Representing the governor, Rochelle Davis,
Present.
Lieutenant Governor Denny Heck,
Here.
Speaker Lori Jenkins, Representative JT Wilcox, Senator John Braun. Thought I saw John on Zoom.
Yes, John is on the call. Let me see if I can ping him real quick.
I'll keep going. Chair Ron Allen, Vice Chair Patrick DePoe,
Here.
Susan Balba,
Here on Zoom.
Chair Frank,
Here.
Hagan Frank. Okay. Heather Kurataka. Benjamin Thompson.
Here.
Jennifer Kilmer.
I'm here on Zoom.
Allison Brooks.
Here on Zoom. Good morning, everybody.
Thank you. And Karen Hammond.
Yeah. We also have a few of our staff and councilwomen here. And I'll go with staff first because our councilwoman has it.
Good morning, my name is Kayla Sparkle. I work here at the Tribe as the language or new language course center media coordinator.
I'm Catalina Sanchez. I work as the youth source coordinator for the display link.
Good morning, it's Chloe.
And it is exciting. I invited our language staff. Created our language department. She's one of our fluent speakers, as well as our vice chairman. My grandfather, he was the last fluent speaker. All the women now are learning the language, so it's pretty exciting. Next goal for each all. We got some work to do.
Very good. Thank you all for being here today remotely and in person. I will be facilitating. I'm Valerie Peterman. I'm project manager for the Art Business Program for Arts Law, and I will be facilitating in Mike's absence. Mike is out of the office for the next couple of weeks. And so I'm thrilled to just give us a brief overview before we get started with our artist interviews about sort of the structure of the day. I have copies of the interview questions if anyone would like to have them in front of you. I will be facilitating some basic softball questions for artists just to get the conversation going. But my hope is that there will be here.
I figured you would just do the
Yeah, I'm going to just do the questions. What I'll say is the primary goal of the meeting is to get a better insight into the artists and their practice and see who feels like a good fit to move forward to your conceptual design. So please feel free to take notes in whatever way you choose to do so. They're for you. My hope will be that there will be time at the end of my sort of boilerplate questions for more open dialogue with each of the artists. I'll be keeping an eye on the time. Chair Frank, you said we can keep an eye on time too for each of the artists to make sure that we're not running long. I think the hope will be today for us to then have a working lunch, a good period of deliberation at the end of all of the interviews. A couple of notes about order. Addison Carl is our only artist that is meeting via Zoom, and he is our first artist. So I would just note perhaps to make sure that there's no tacit, that he's not at a tacit disadvantage because he's the only artist via Zoom and he doesn't have the ability to read the room or engage with us in the same way that some of the other artists might have be present. And then for the working lunch, for the deliberation, what I would encourage is for everyone to feel empowered to advocate for or against artists. There may be artists for whom this really clearly feels like the end of the line for them, or that you feel very enthusiastic about. If there's a lot of enthusiasm for a single candidate in our deliberation, it is possible that we select our artist today. But I think the more likely outcome, or the outcome that I would encourage, is for the committee to settle on 2 to 3 artists that you want to see move forward for a design concept. What I will say is that it may be a deliberation of tough choices, but I would emphasize that it would benefit the project and it would benefit the artists. It would be in the artist's favor to narrow it at this meeting, to not ask for artists to create concepts, just because it will require a lot of time and creative effort for the artist to do the next phase. And so if there's an artist that doesn't really have a chance, then I think it's time to let them go.
Val, can you describe the next phase and we
Yes.
will be paying the artists?
The artists that are selected to move forward to create an initial concept will be paid $3,000. They'll be presenting that concept at the October meeting. And the concept will involve, a written statement of process, notes on materials or patina choices that they're intending to use, drawings or sketches, and sort of a statement about how they intend to approach the research. It may also include some preliminary research that they have done in terms of likeness, and we can have more of a conversation about that, I think, after the interview is completed. And what I'll say is that what they provide in October might not signify what the actual statue will be, the end result, but it should be a good representation of their approach and a good, step into how they can brainstorm and give the community a good idea of how to work, of how the arts works. Are there any questions before we online or in the room?
Chair Frank and Valerie, this is Rochelle. I did want to point out that Michelle Cohen from the Architect of the Capitol is here present with us as well. And we will be working with their agency as we select the artist and as we develop the piece. So Michelle, I didn't know if you wanted to say anything or give you just a couple of seconds just to reintroduce yourself to the group.
Sure, just start that. Hi, thank you so much. Thank you so much for including me in this selection process. It brings me back to my old days in New York City, where I did this for 20 years for New York City public schools. So I have 2 questions. One is, I don't know that I've seen the interview questions. Would it be possible to just email me that? Or so I assume
Yes.
then you have like scripted questions. Okay, thanks.
I'll
so
send them
much.
to you.
And also, when we're interviewing the artist, then I assume then it's like your designated panelists can ask questions. I don't want to like overstep. So if I need, would I be permitted to ask them a question, or should I hold that for our discussion later? I'm not sure how you're working that part of the process.
I think it's appropriate for you to ask questions.
Yeah, I do too, Michelle.
So I think.
Okay, I mean, I'm not sure that, if just something comes to mind. And the only other thing that I'll say that I'm really happy about to see kind of the range of artists that you're thinking about, because it is a little different from some of the other selection panels for the Statuary Hall collection. And, it's a collection that was established in the 19th century with very sort of conventional idea of what commemorative sculpture should be. And that hasn't changed. So I think that there are ways, though, of sort of expanding people's thinking about what a commemorative portrait statue can be. So anyway, so thank you for including me. And if anyone has any questions about the collection, of course, I'm happy to answer them.
It's wonderful to have you. I do see in the chat that our first artist has since arrived via Zoom. So say we're a couple of minutes early, but I think we're ready to go. So Addison, I'm going to pull up your presentation, or if you prefer, would you prefer to share your screen so that you can direct the presentation?
Yeah, I can. Hi, everyone. I think I can share my screen. All right, let's see if this works. Sharing. Perfect. Are you able to see my screen now or no?
Yes.
So is it this one?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Is there a possibility for getting people's cameras turned on? Perfect, thank you.
That's optional if folks that are on Zoom want to have their cameras on, please.
Okay. It's just helpful to see who we're talking to. Perfect. Thank you this morning for meeting with me. So Chifuat, Addison Carl, Chickasaw, Misha, Chata, Seya. So I'm Addison Carl, and I'm from the Chickasaw and the Choctaw Nations, but I've been primarily in the Pacific Northwest since about 2006, when I moved up from Los Angeles and Arizona. So I guess this is kind of like the first 10 minutes or so that I can kind of go over some of my background and share the last 20 years with you all. And then we can move into some of the follow-up questions and some of the questions specifically about this project and this process. So I'm really looking forward to this, and I'm a tiny bit nervous because it's kind of a big deal. So my background, probably about 20 years worth of professional art making. I've been primarily a painter for a good 15 plus years. I've traveled extensively internationally doing projects all over with invitations from all different NGOs, cities, municipals, different kind of projects like this. So that's been the main background of my work for a very, very long time. And I've executed some pretty large projects in different countries and different places, and worked with a lot of different people. This was one of my projects in Knoxville in 2019, which was working with the 1%. And I ended up working with about 9 other artists. 4 of them were local and new to painting very large and executing on a large scale. So this whole project was community members. It was really put in this kind of way of like collaboration, working together to execute this piece. Interesting, over the last 15 years of public art, I've kind of started to realize, A, that I need to grow as an artist, and B, there's a lot more opportunities for sculpture and installation than there are painting opportunities, even though painting is a very big passion of mine. And I think like all people, we really need to grow as an artist or grow as people in general. So in 2016, I started pushing myself into sculpture and seeing if I could take what I traditionally do in 2D and push it into 3D. In that short amount of time, I have won a couple of different awards, one including from like the Heard Museum, a couple from the Chickasaw Nation. I got recognized by the First Peoples Fund for doing sculpture, and pushing that is one of the artist leaders in this. And what's interesting about the work that I'm doing in sculpture is that I'm really pushing work 3-dimensionally that I've never seen in museums and galleries. I like taking context, material out of context. So even though I'm casting in bronze, I'm making it look like turquoise. I'm trying to get that painterly patina in the material, in the sculptures, but still tell a very figurative story, along with a lot of traditional regalia, a lot of reference to our effigies, a lot of reference to our pottery, these sort of elements. The great thing about this kind of transition is that pretty much with the Chickasaw Nation, they've been extremely supportive over the last years, including me going back to Oklahoma and referencing and going through our community, our elders, me exhibiting the work to our different art fairs and things like this. and kind of showing more and more of this work. I started out by being really focused on regalia and material and kind of putting this cross intersection between things. So this picture in the center is one of our beaded collar necklaces that are absolutely stunning. And I've integrated this into the actual bronze work. So I think that transition between contemporary sculpture and traditional material and very old regalia in this kind of way ends up having this really interesting intersection in sculpture. And this is kind of what I was touching on about seeing things that I haven't seen in galleries. I haven't seen this kind of representation of indigenous arts in museums, in galleries in this kind of way. And even in this bottom picture down here with the toli sticks, for example, which is a very, very old ancient game played in the Southeast. These are referenced off of my grandfather's toli sticks that I still have with me. But I ended up changing the lace work, which is traditionally done in leather, to beadwork. And then we cast in bronze. These kind of pulls and plays, I think, are very interesting aesthetically, as well as from a material point of view. The fun thing about bronze is, unlike painting in a studio, when I'm painting, it's very, unless I'm doing public art and it's very large projects, painting is very quiet in the studio, it's just me. Sculpture is incredible because I'm working with a full foundry with 5, 6, 8 other people, and I'm learning a tremendous amount along the way because, again, this is more on the recent side for me, but with 20 years of drawing, drafting, painting, executing large projects, I feel like I have a pretty good handle. It's just learning all the materials of wax is new, sprueing is new, cutting all the metal sprues, doing all the metal work, that's all new. So it's been a really fascinating journey, but I think with the support that I have from the foundry that I work with in particular, and the folks there, I've learned a tremendous amount since 2016 in regards to sculpture. I guess it was about 2 years ago, I got commissioned by the city of Atlanta for Art on the Beltline, if any of you are familiar with this. And I ended up doing a solid iron cast of my grandfather's toli sticks, 6 feet tall public art sculpture that got installed earlier this year. We did the casting last year in Alabama at Sloss Foundry, if any of you are familiar with it. It's a very, very old foundry. What's interesting about that part of Alabama is technically part of that was on the border of our traditional territory in northern Alabama. And iron as well, from a traditional standpoint, was a material heavily used in the Southeast. So there's a lot of connections and combinations between the land and the material and the game of Itzi Kupucha Toli, as well as my grandfather. This October, which is quite magical about this artwork installation, is that we've been in conversation with the curator of this project, and we've been in kind of dialogue about inviting the Eastern Band Cherokee Nation from Tennessee, the Choctaw Nation from Mississippi, the Chickasaw Nation, Oklahoma, which is mine, and the Muskogee Nation, which is in Oklahoma now, but traditional territories are in Atlanta, to all come and do a conference. And 3 of the delegations are going to be doing exhibition games of stickball in this territory. And this is literally the first time that it's been indigenously promoted and curated and put together in well over 200 years since removal. So this is kind of like the really magical things about what I think artwork can do, how it really pulls communities and people together. This is one of the main draws that I think I can create a lot more in sculpture. I can tell a story in painting, but I think sculpture has a lot more magnetism behind it. The process was pretty intense, starting out with drawings and sketches, did sand cast molding, very, very, very heavy, solid iron cast, very, very heavy. But all in all, and again, like you're working with a community of other people that are casting in metal, doing metal work. So you're learning a tremendous amount of time. I really enjoy that aspect of this. This is me working on some patinas for my work, but I mean, overall, I think the last 6 years has pretty much put me in a very good position that when this project came up in particular, I felt very confident that I'm able to execute this kind of project and this size and this scale. And I know I have the support behind me with the foundry that I work with. And just that expertise and the experience over the years, plus all of the nearly 20 years of public art and painting and international work in this kind of way. This is some of the newer work that I'm kind of getting into. I'm currently working with a glass foundry in Murano, Venice, Italy, where I'm casting glass, or I'm transitioning some of my work into glass as a secondary material. This picture in the middle is two of the newer sculptures that I'm just relatively finished up, where I'm inlaying our patterns from, again, our effigies and our pottery and a lot of our old drawings into these warriors that I started creating as a series. I think there's this really interesting inlay between that reference in the figurative work that tells a story, as well as these three other figures. That this is the work that I've pretty much collaborated with the Chickasaw Nation to really represent our regalia and some of our elders. The man in the back left corner is Jesse Lindsay. He's one of our elders that does stomp dancing. Same with Brendan White Eagle. And Underwood in the front. They are both some of our stomp dancers that perform ceremonies quite a bit. So I think this is important to have this documentation of our communities within sculpture work. And then some of the wax underneath and my messy desk that I work with. And if I have a couple minutes of time, I would like to share this video with you. It's 1:30. So we have a couple minutes, okay. Because I think this kind of helps quite a bit. There isn't a single day that goes by that I don't try to measure my actions in the sense of, is this something that my grandfather would approve of and be okay with? So I think that ancestral voice is really in the back of my head. I'm Addison Carl. I'm a contemporary artist. I'm Chickasaw and Choctaw. He used to take us out into the woods. And it was really interesting with my grandfather because he had such a curious mind to really observe nature and what was around him. And I got influenced a lot by like the graffiti side of things. The ability to go out and paint, especially with like spray paint, started getting invited to mural festivals that would bring me to all sorts of crazy places around the world: Malaysia, Japan, Russia, Moscow, Pakistan, Italy. I want to grow as an artist to have more opportunities. Sculpture installation is kind of where my work needs to go. And it's another mechanism for storytelling that I think is incredibly magical. I think there's 100% Chickasaw influence in the work that I'm creating now. And I still have my grandfather's dictionary. I use that for the naming of a lot of my artworks now as a way to kind of keep the language alive. Maybe I'm gifted in the sense that I'm really persistent in what I'm doing. I'll keep drawing and I'll keep drawing and I'll keep drawing until I figure out something that kind of works. And there's something hereditary that's been passed down in that DNA, that perseverance means we're still here taking care of our own business. And I think this is really incredible. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Addison. That was fantastic. And I would love to, at this point, open it up to follow-up questions from the committee regarding any of the imagery or information that Addison shared in the presentation. As well as if anyone wants to share with Addison sort of what drew the committee to his portfolio. So if you're on Zoom, if you want to raise your hand, I'll try to keep an eye out on participants that have their hand raised. Yes, absolutely.
Addison, good morning. Good morning. This is Karen Hannon, Director of the State Arts Commission. I'm curious about your connection to the Northwest and to Billy Frank Jr., if any, but to the Northwestern sort of styles and sensibilities in terms of art and cultural creation.
Yeah, right. I mean, the Washington State, Seattle has been my permanent home since 2005, 2006, when I came up from Los Angeles, growing up in Phoenix, right? It's also the place where my uncle lived pretty much his entire adult life, my entire life, actually. He used to live up on the Tulalip Reservation for quite a number of years. So in the summers when I was in high school, Phoenix, Arizona, if you don't know, is a little bit hot. So I used to come up to Washington and stay with him up on the Tulip Res, essentially. My grandparents lived on the Otham Kimmel Res in Arizona. As far as Billy Frank Jr. goes, I feel like he's one of the elders, one of the people within Tacoma and Seattle from the Nisqually Nation that you pretty much know who he is and what he's been doing throughout his entire life. I get choked up when I think about my grandfather a lot, but I think it's a bit, sorry, I need a minute. Like when I've watched videos of Billy Frank Jr. talk and speak, it's very similar to my grandfather. So you see his eyes in both places. So I can recognize that a lot. And I think there's a, man, my voice completely went out. It's very powerful to me to have that connection, because you can hear what the ancestors have been saying for generations behind those eyes and from that voice. I think there's a connection and similarity there. When I saw this bill 1372 that got published, immediately I contacted Representative Deborah Lankenoff's office back in February 2021, trying to get information about this, because I knew that this project was something incredibly special and important. And if there was any possibility at all that I could be in some sort of consideration for this project and to work one-on-one with the Nisqually Nation and potentially the family of Billy Frank Jr., that's a pretty powerful thing. So as far as my point goes, I'm here today because I want to do my best and create artwork that's monumental, that holds up the legacy of Billy Frank Jr. And I feel like I have a very personal side for this.
Are there other follow-up questions regarding Addison's presentation before we start getting into some of the interview questions? I don't see any hands raised in the chat. So that actually just kicked off the first question. So thank you, Karen. Is there anything else that you would want to elaborate on regarding your interests, what excites you about this project, or what you know about Billy Frank Jr. or your connections to Billy Frank?
I mean, there's a couple of aspects to this overall, right? So in the Capitol building, there are 8 other sculptures of Indigenous background. 7 of those have been done by white sculptors. There's only one, Cliff Fragra, who's Native, that made for Popa a sculpture of Native by Native for Native. When we start talking about these kind of things of what is actually represented and who's representing or who's telling the story, I think this aspect is really important, and especially for someone like Billy Frank Jr., I think there needs to be a level of honesty to tell that story. And I think primarily that needs to come from an Indigenous point of view and a perspective. I know that there's 2 of us on the panel that are in this category, and I think this is really important, especially for the representation of Washington State. Obviously, I'm not from the Pacific Northwest. My nations are from the Southeast, literally the opposite corner between Alabama and Tennessee and Mississippi. But I have spent a long time in the Pacific Northwest. And I mean, it's something even like Billy Frank Jr. once said in an interview, even if you're not from the Pacific Northwest or Washington State originally, once you move here, you're part of the community and you have a responsibility in that community. And I think that's a big part of what we're all here talking about today, to make this project, this monument for him, for the legacy, to represent the Nisqually Nation in a correct way. This is what matters most in this project, I think, for me. So.
Thank you so much, Addison. That's excellent. So can you tell us a little bit then about how you would want to conduct research for this project?
That's another really good question. And the point of, to be very straightforward on this, honestly, I think a lot of the decision making for this project needs to come from the family of Billy Frank Jr. and the Nisqually Nation. There's a lot of aspects to either traditional significance, symbolism, to culture, to ceremony, to medicine, to regalia, that those specifics need to be spoken by the family and by the nation and the Nisqually Nation, and the desires that they have of how and what they want to see in this kind of work. As far as my background goes, because I have been working with the Chickasaw Nation and other nations throughout the United States for such a long time now, I do feel very confident in being able to, and plus from the artistic side, to execute those desires and symbolism. And I think especially when it comes to honest representations, not cliches, this is very important. And that's why I think a lot of this needs to be in the direction of the family. So as far as I'm concerned, during all this, there has to be a lot of conversation and dialogue and communication with the delegation and with the family and the nation to really understand the direction. And then it's up to me to really work with them to figure out how to execute this in an honest way that represents him and his legacy in a correct fashion. So.
Thank you. Can you describe your communication style and what your expectations will be of this state team of our committee during the project?
Communication style in a sense. So 15 plus years of traveling internationally, working on projects. I've worked with a lot of different kinds of cultures, a lot of different languages. I speak Italian, I speak German, I speak English, I speak a little bit of Chickasaw. And it really comes down to exactly what my grandfather taught me as well, that communication works when there's respect from the get-go. And from that point, you can move forward with things. So there's been very few times that I've worked on a project where things haven't really gone in the correct way. But overall, as long as you have expectations set and communication is kind of outlined, you can always find a way and a solution for things. My communication style typically is pretty honest with people from my viewpoint, and I'll do my best to give the case and a point of why I feel very passionate about the decisions that I'm making from my experience, but they're coming from an honest direction. So, and that goes back to my grandfather as well. As long as I'm operating in an honest way, then I can only do my best for this kind of thing. And if it's not meant to be, it's not meant to be. So we move on as people.
Can you then describe a situation in which you worked on a project such as commissioning a new piece of artwork and the decision makers had a different vision for the project? And can you explain how you worked through those differences?
I read this question because this one got added on relatively recently. I think this question, to be very fair, is problematic. What you're basically saying is that there's a hierarchy in this process. And I think this is kind of missing the point of why we're all here today. We're literally talking about a man that spent his entire life fighting against decision makers for what was right to make sure that Washington State was healthy. This kind of question, from my point of view, it's basically creating a hierarchy, that there's a decision maker that is going to come top down for how this is going to be. From a Chickasaw point of view, from my grandfather's point of view, the elders that we have in our community, they're elders that guide, their support. And I think this method makes a lot more sense. And the elders that guide in our communities, it's because they've lived an entire lifetime to get to that point. I would almost say that if there are decision makers that have a different viewpoint than the artists that you've hired and we've done this whole process for, then those decision makers need to be on my side of the interview. They need to be applying for these public art things. As far as decision makers go, they really, They need to be in a position of logistics and supports for the projects, not dictating what the artwork's going to be. Otherwise, there's no reason for me to spend 20 years of my life trying to create artwork to the best of my ability if it just comes down to somebody else that decides they want something because they're in a position of power. I don't know if that's misreading the question that you're being asked, but it's, when I read this, it's a bit uncomfortable, this question. It's not quite, I think, in the correct way for what we're all here discussing and talking about.
I appreciate your candor. I'm going to try to reframe the question, perhaps to be a little more topical to this process. If, for example, you present a preliminary model and there's feedback and changes to specific, oftentimes these, commissions can be iterative. So have you had experience with that in the past where you have sort of had to adapt certain elements of your process based on committee feedback in some way?
Honestly, the only time I've really had to change my work in a drastic way is when I'm dealing with Washington State. When I'm working with other cultures and other places around the world, it's quite interesting, the different cultural background behind things. Look, I spend 12 hours a day in my studio working on my either sculpture or painting or drawing, and either I don't have enough material or I don't have the right kind of material, the right kind of logistics, or whatever the case is. But always, I can find 5 solutions by doing, what if this, what if I try this, what if I try this? In regards to this question specifically, when it comes to creating artwork, there's always a solution if you're willing to try. If the process of decision makers have decided no from the beginning, you're never going to create anything. If everyone has an open mind enough and they understand the expectations, you will be able to find a solution. You will be able to create something. And I've always been able to manage that.
Excellent, thank you. So can you foresee or articulate what may be challenging for you in this process?
The size and the scale of this project is quite magnificent in a tremendously scary way, which is maybe kind of a good thing, a little bit of a fire. Typically, I think with these things, resources is probably the main aspects of any sort of like fall pits or challenges in that kind of way. To my understanding, the way that it's kind of sitting now with this project, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but there's going to be another interview, hopefully, if I'm lucky enough to go to the next round with more of a concrete idea for the sculpture. And then from there will be another period of kind of reviews to really lock in what this memorial will be for Billy Frank Jr. But the resource aspect, the casting aspect of this, all of this is getting done through Two Ravens Foundry in Tacoma, which is the foundry that I've been working with since I started sculpture in 2016. And I have an extremely good relationship with all of them. They produce all my work. So, and I work there with them as much as I can get into Tacoma to work with them. The resources is probably the biggest challenge from my point of view, but it seems like in this organization for this project, it's kind of locked in already. There's quite a bit of things that I can do when I'm sculpting on the back end that actually makes the foundry process, the casting process, quite a bit easier. So I think those kind of discussions as well. And there's a lot of new, like super fascinating, really fascinating technology advances for sculptural enlargement in particular. So if I'm going from a maquette that's 18 inches and then blowing that up to 10 feet or 8 feet, there's a lot of technology now that exists that makes this process extremely interesting and extremely detail oriented, that saves the foundry a tremendous amount of time because we can do a material like voxel instead of doing all the traditional silicone molds and all the wax and all the chasing, for example. But again, those things take resources. So it's kind of, it all feeds back into that, which I don't think it's a problem. It's finding solutions for that kind of stuff. So, and what direction everyone wants to move towards.
Well, I would love to throw it back to you to give you an opportunity to ask any questions that you have of the committee or about the process, what next steps are, et cetera.
Definitely. I know, and this is potentially probably getting way ahead of myself, putting the cart before the horse, but Mike Sweeney kind of mentioned that there might be a potential for Olympia commissioning the sculpture as well, the secondary one. So I was just kind of like, I was a bit curious how much conversations or dialogue there has been with how expensive this is going to be, maybe the timeline. Definitely in Washington, D.C., when this gets installed, hopefully there will be some sort of contribution or attribute or invitation for the Nisqually Nation to be represented in D.C. I think these aspects are really important for ceremony and medicine. I was just curious, like how much of this kind of stuff has been, maybe those are like 2 or 3 different things, but discussed.
I think that I would love, Rochelle, if you want to maybe talk a little bit about the potential for a second statue being placed at the Olympia Capitol, and perhaps about some of the other aspects of that question.
Sure. Thank you, Addison. This is Rochelle. I'm in the governor's office, and I've been staffed to this committee to help support the work of the committee. And our Department of Enterprise Services is our state agency that oversees our state capitol. And we've been having conversations with them about adding a replica of the statue that will go in Statuary Hall to our capitol. And so that process is underway. I believe Arts Washington has outlined a preliminary budget for that. We have 2 different options for getting the process completed. One is through legislation, or 2 is through DES already has a process established. And so we'll be spending the next couple of months deciding if we're going to go the legislative route or if we're going to go through the DES petition route. So we have a couple of options there. I don't know if Arts Washington wants to add anything about the budget.
So as far as budget is concerned, I think that it wouldn't be the responsibility of the artist to worry about any of the fundraising. It would be, basically, we have already budgeted for the casting of multiple bronzes. And as you know, so as far as budget is concerned, that is already sort of included in what our expectations are. Do you want to add anything?
I think you pretty much covered it. Yeah, Addison, the actual casting of the sculpture and so on, that's basically on us to come up with the expenses for that. So the artist comes up with the concept and the sculpture, and then we sort of take it from there. Obviously working alongside the artist, but we have budgeted for a second one. We hope to be in the account.
And then as far as timeline is concerned, it's pretty open-ended, but what I will say is we have Michelle Cohen on the line, who is from the Architect of the Capitol in Washington, D.C. And I think the expectation is that the artist that is selected will travel with some of the committee to visit Washington, D.C. As the artist is initiating their design. And that there will also then be a event associated with the placement where the artist will be present in Washington, D.C. for that as well. Michelle, do you want to say anything about that process of installation and commemoration, how that works?
Oh, okay, certainly. So there's several steps at which point approval is required by the Joint Committee on the Library. So I, as the curator for the Architect of the Capitol, sort of orchestrate that process, and I'm really the liaison in some ways. So that's a time we have to, in terms of the overall schedule for a project, you have to factor into that review. In terms of installation and dedication, that obviously happens maybe in a 2-year period, I think would be sort of a typical amount of time for a commission such as this. And generally statues are located in the site of the statue that they're replacing, but there are definitely some changes, and it's a final decision that the Joint Committee on the Library would make. So and I certainly encourage and welcome visitors to see the Capitol and the Statuary Hall collection. And when they come, you'll see that there are several locations where statues are clustered. So there's Statuary Hall, there's another location called the Hall of Columns. Some statues are actually in the rotunda of the US Capitol, but generally those commemorate former presidents of the United States. And then there's quite an interesting group of statues also in the Capitol Visitor Center. So even if a statue is commissioned for, and the idea is that's going to replace the existing statue, it's possible that at some future date, it could get moved. I'm not sure if that's what you were asking about. I'm sorry, but it's, the Statuary Hall collection consists of 100 statues, obviously 2 from each state, but there's lots of other art in the Capitol. So that's just really one component of the art that's on display.
Understood.
Adam, do you have any other questions for the committee?
Yeah, one more. Actually, I have tons of questions, but I'll kind of limit it a little bit at this phase. I know I was reading online in regards to the sculptures that, and maybe you mentioned this earlier, they are very, very, very traditional in material and execution, right? So the patinas and the bronzes are exactly the color of bronze, a bit polished, or it's marble, very singular in this kind of way. There's not a lot of maybe experimenting otherwise, except for maybe like Cliff Fragua that carved his out of stone for Pope, which was extremely interesting. But I mean, just like as I was digesting this process and trying to understand, and it's specifically because I am here right now casting in glass, and I'm just thinking like from a material aspect of it, if you have representation of water, for example, water and bronze doesn't really make sense, but water casted in glass with the refraction and the way that light passes through it, the fluidity of the material for potentially the base of the sculpture as a representation of water or the watershed in glass, this material would make a lot of sense in conjunction with the bronze. So I was a bit curious too to kind of understand like how many of those.
What the limitations are, right?
Exactly.
So if I could speak to that, certainly. I mean, for me, in a way, it's a kind of fascinating thing because in the 19th century, they came up with this notion of National Statuary Hall. And as part of that said, statues had to be in marble and they have to be in bronze. And those are the only 2 materials that are acceptable. And that's never changed, unfortunately, since the collection was inaugurated just in that post-Civil War period. What I have seen though, so in terms of, so there are some artists that have done direct carving, and Cliff's work, so Pope. We just unveiled a statue of Bethune, and actually Neil DeComas, the artist, also worked directly in marble and actually carved it, but it's certainly conceived in a more traditional way. If you can see that one online. And then another very recent statue is Chief Standing Bear, and that also where the artist is doing a lot more with the patina. And so the patina, I have seen a lot of artists kind of push that boundary in terms of traditional bronze by introducing some color into the patina. Swigert, if you've seen that sculpture of the astronaut, he's wearing a white astronaut suit and some paint has been applied to that. I mean, I like what you're saying about glass and water, but it's something that it would not be in compliance with the guidelines as they exist now for the Statuary Hall collection. So Marisol, in fact, did a really interesting piece of Father Damien. You can look at that. And that came about because Hawaii created a call for artists that kind of was more open to a innovative approach to how to conceptualize how to honor Father Damien. And so that work is actually pretty, I'd say it's very much in keeping with Maricel's other work, even though you wouldn't have considered her as like a typical candidate to do that for Hawaii. Traditional materials, there have been instances where artists have definitely been able to push those boundaries, and it's not always just a conventional solution. However, mixed media is not something that would be permitted. I mean, based on these guidelines, and maybe, at some point, the Joint Committee of the Library will reconsider it, although I think it's unlikely that I'll succeed in getting them to think that expansively at this point. So I think you really do have to think about bronze or marble, but certainly not necessarily in traditional patinations.
Perfect. I mean, and especially in a lot of our regalia, and if you see old photos or videos of Billy Frank Jr., it's very clear, like with bolo ties and regalia or jewelry, there's an abundance of color. Color is life in this kind of way. And in particularly in my work, because it is, in this aspect, it is very contemporary in the way that I'm working with the clay. I'm making sure that I'm putting in a lot of brush marks in there. So I'm emulating the way that I would paint in oil. And then with the patinas, with 20 years again of painting background, color has been an extreme fascination of mine.
No, and that's something you'll see in several pieces. You will see it. So I would definitely encourage you just to go on the website and just scroll through, and you'll see all of these images. And I just also want to add the point that it's an interior collection, and so people can do more adventurous things with surface coatings. We're not worrying about, we worry about people touching things, and we do maintain this collection really rigorously, but we don't have to worry about acid rain and snow, wind, and those sorts of things. So it does provide a little more flexibility.
Thank you, Michelle.
With color. So definitely color can be part of the concept.
I would love to continue. We have just about 5 minutes left, so I want to make sure that there's time for committee members to ask any questions before we wrap up. So Michelle, thank you so much for putting that insight. Addison, if you have further questions, please don't hesitate to direct, especially about the process, to direct them to Mike or myself in an email. But I want to open it up to the committee. Does anyone have any burning questions for Addison?
Only burning questions.
Only burning questions. And here, I'll see if anyone has their hand raised online. Well, then I guess I didn't need to shut down the conversation. So yes, non-burning questions, please. Yes.
Can he hear me? Because I don't know where the mic.
Yeah, I think the mic is actually over the TV. So Addison, can you hear?
Addison, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. You've already made reference to several possible characteristics for inclusion. You mentioned water, and you mentioned how Billy was often dressed with a bolo tie and some jewelry. Have at this stage you considered any other characteristics of Billy that you might want to bring forward?
I mean, the main thing that I've been trying to rack my head over of how to represent in a three-dimensional aspect is Billy Frank Jr. was such an amazing, inspiring speaker. The way that he used words to inspire, to convey the importance of his point of view. And it's almost like using words like a weapon, but in a good context, right? And I've been trying to understand like how in a memorial and in a statue like this, there can be that transmission of his voice across. And I think that's going to come about a lot by, I'm hoping, if I'm chosen for this project, by having interaction with his family and speaking with his family and listening to his family about stories in the hearing. that was always one of the aspects of my grandfather as well, is listening to his stories when we were kids. And you really can pull a trove of inspiration and information out of that that can go into ideas and concepts. I mean, the typical things, of course, is the watershed, salmon, regalia, clothing, posture, these kind of things that can also convey the story as well. There's got to be other symbolism that can get interjected into the sculpture that I think would be really interesting. How that's executed, I think, again, it has a lot more conversations to be had. You know, most sculptures, I would say, in this kind of capacity, they're really focused on the person themselves as a figurative sculpture. I think for me, one of my main goals is how do you bring the spirit of Billy Frank Jr. into the statue so he can speak to the people that come and visit. And that's maybe my ultimate goal here of how I can execute that as the artist on this project.
Thank you, Addison. And just to be clear, I doubt the library will allow you to in any way represent in the term, in the sense of the language, all the profanity that Billy was.
Yeah, but the elder humor is the best. It's so witty and funny, though. You can listen to it for hours, including the profanity.
Are there any other questions from the committee members or anyone else in the room? Or on Zoom? And if you're on Zoom, please feel free to just unmute yourself to ask the question and just introduce yourself. Well, if not, we are just at a minute before our end time, so I want to take this opportunity to say thank you so much for your time, Addison, for being with us, for your presentation, for your questions. And we look forward to letting you know about next steps. I think the hope will be that we'll reach out to artists this week or early next week with decisions about next steps.
Wonderful, wonderful. Yak, okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. So good luck with the process, and I hope to hear from you all very soon. Okay, I'm gonna get off now. Thank you. Have a great day.
All right, so thank you all. We have a 10-minute break before our next interview with Kai-Yin Wu. Please take this opportunity to use the restroom.
Restrooms are outside on the right. Still be masked with you.
And it's Kai-Yin here.
I'm not sure. So what I talked about with Justine is that they're the common room.
They're gonna set them up down.
Okay. So yeah, maybe.
Yeah, we'll walk you down.
Yeah.
Testing negative after 5 weeks. I'm smoking.
All right, well, I think I have 1 minute left, but I'll just let folks on Zoom know that if you can see in the center of the screen, our artist is seated at center. So hopefully the camera. Oh, yeah, there's a benefit.
Oh, let's check.
Maybe just the back legs there. Perfect. Actually, that helps. Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll go ahead and get started. Hi, Ying. I'm Valerie Peterson from the Arts Commission, and we'll be facilitating questions. We have committee members in the room as well as on Zoom. And so we'll start the interview with group presentation, followed by questions. An opportunity for you to ask.
Good.
I think that would be. And feel free to let me know when you want to navigate.
Sure. Well, good morning. My pleasure. I think have this opportunity to present myself. Artwork. The slides I'm going to show you today is the works I have done in the past for 2 decades. Most of them are realistic objects, sculptures. Except this one. This one is a little bit more style, but I still consider it a artist. I'm using this as a carver. It looks like it has not too anything to do with this project, but I thought the whole device to give new people an idea of what type of artwork.
I have to talk a little bit louder. Talk a little bit louder.
Even louder?
Yeah.
Okay. This piece I did in 2006. It's called the Nine Tigers. There are 9 tigers in this group of sculpture. The location is in People's Republic of China. I came to this company. Let me just briefly talk about this project. I came to this company in 1989 after Tiananmen Square incident from China and worked in this company.
You're good. I don't get it.
Yeah, worked worked in this company for 20 years. And in the earlier 2000, I think 2004, and I went back to China. And this is my first project called. Oh, okay. It is working. It doesn't work.
It's not on.
It's not working. My phone. Yeah.
Thanks for your patience, everyone. We want to make sure that everyone can hear on Zoom and thanks for your patience.
Are we all?
Yes. Right here.
Yeah, great. Maybe while we're waiting for audio, I think that's excellent. Why don't we take a second to do productions around the room?
Okay.
So that you can know who the committee members are. So Megan, can you start with you? Let's go. Let's do brief productions.
My name is Danny Hack, the honor to serve as lieutenant.
Actually, Vice Chair.
I'm Karen Hannon. I'm the director of the State Arts Commission.
All right.
Benjamin Elliott with the State Archives.
Good morning, my name is Kayla Sparkle. I'm the media coordinator for the Scholarly Language program. Good morning, my name is Naomi Wilson, Scholarly Language teacher.
Good morning, I'm Heather Harris, and I'm the Washington State Archive.
Great. Thank you.
All right, so Rochelle, can we go around the room to what we, or I'm sorry, around Zoom? If someone, I want to make sure that we're conscientious of time, but if folks on Zoom want to unmute themselves and introduce themselves, Rochelle, would you introduce yourself and then maybe pass it off to the person?
Sure. Hi, good morning. Rochelle Davis, Senior Policy Advisor in the Governor's Office, and I'll pass it over to Allison.
Allison Brooks, the Washington State Historic Preservation Officer. Good morning. And I'll pass it to Susan.
Good morning. I'm Susan Balbus. I'm Executive Director at Na'a'ilihi Fund based in Seattle, serving the Pacific Northwest, and I'm on the committee. Nice to meet you.
I'm Jennifer Kilmer. I'm the director here at the Washington State Historical Society.
Thank you. And to Senator John Braun.
John Braun, State Senator for the 20th Legislative District.
I believe that is our remote committee members. We also have Michelle Cohen from the Architect of Capital, who is the curator for National Statuary. I think we should continue. I wouldn't mind projecting while we see if we can figure out the microphone situation. Oh, I'm sorry, Patrick, you didn't. Oh, you did? Oh. All right. Let's go.
Yeah, well, I just try to make it as long as possible.
Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, let's connect to, yeah, I came to this country in 1989 after games various steps. Then worked and lived in this country for I think 60 months, 17 years, and went back to China earlier. So this is my first project where I went back to China, and this is one of the biggest project I've ever done. The total height, I forgot the total height, but the one individual tiger is about the height to your chest. You stand there, so you can end up, 300. I think it's called 8 feet or 9 feet. Almost, I'm sorry, a meter. About a meter. So it's probably should be 20 feet tall. Yeah, and it's part of the background. And this project is kind of interesting because it has such big project and such important location over in China. And this place is called the city of Xichang, which is a minority area in Sichuan province, southwest part of Sichuan province. And it's a peaceful winter Olympic game. And I completed this project in 3 months. And it's almost impossible. In anywhere in the world, you can finish this scale of the project in 3 months. But that's the way it typically works in China. The government and every aspect, bureaucrat, they delay the process until the last minute with other artists. Okay, we're going to start the conference. Let's go ahead. You have to finish on 3 months. And so I live on the site for 3 months with close to 100 student hours and work day and night and finally finish this project. So I talk a bit more about this project because I kind of refer to the principle talked about how to coordinate, how to dealing with decision making. This scale of the project. Particularly work in China, I'm dealing with the top officials. The target is the number one person who's designed who the artist in the pick. They don't have art commission in China. The secretary of the party decides everything. And once he decides, I have to work with the construction bureau to work out the everything, environmental things and construction site and regulations, and then negotiate with the financial department. And I remember when I negotiated with them and about similar amount of people. There. And the first time I went back to China, and I walked into their room, and I felt I'm on the spotlight, and it's kind of like everyone is kind of irritated, so it's kind of a very interesting project. But I think after going through that whole process, and really learn how to dealing on the different people and professionals from all different departments. So that's a really good experience. That's why I joined this industry. Okay. I think probably some people might say that it is I completed in 1998 in Seattle, 10 years ago. It's called the Seattle Volunteer Firefighters in Morning. It's 4 acres. In 1996, there's the arson fire happens in the international district, and 4 firefighters were killed. And because of that incident, one of the Seattle local realtor, he came up to a grant and owns a community. And that time I was a university and of Washington study for the master degree in public art. So they had a competition in chemistry school. The reason they came to the University of Washington because they felt the firefighting is a teamwork. So they want the students and all students in the art department to involve in leading one team effort. So we had the competition in school. My design were selected for this project, and I leading about 15 students from the sculpture department, and we built with the model and water mold, and then we poured bronze ourselves and walled them together, and then installed. And so that piece becomes very popular piece right now in the city of Seattle. Okay, thanks. If anyone has any questions, then you can stop me and that's on the different side. And they this is a close shot, and you can look at some of the details. And I really at that time and spent lots of energies for some details. Because details really speaks even some of the rules or some of the sewing lines on the clothes and careful. Behind the statue or a few of the granite pieces, laying there, they function as a kind of indicate fireside, and also they provide the space so that you can read the names of all firefighters killed in the year. History of the Seattle fire department. and kind of refers to the following period. So the names instead put them formally stand there like most of it memorial do, and I put the name on the snap, so which refers to this piece is called Veterans Memorial, and this is the biggest project I have done in this country. I forgot how this the piece is, but the figure of the American flag, the life size. The main body of this piece for a piece of the American flag, and I had about I think 7 or 8 figures emerged. They represent all the soldiers from the first war to the most recent, and that time. The idea is about this piece of land were composed by the blood, flesh of all those human beings, of all American soldiers. So that's the main idea of this. And this is also what they're fighting for, this piece of the power. So this piece is in city of Glendale, Arizona. Oh, Colorado. Sorry. Next. It's a close shot. Next. Oops, and there are state. That's okay. Next. Yeah, this is a little bit more close shots, and so you'll be able to see some of their facial expressions. And this is a couple of soldiers from the first World War. Next. Yeah, that's going to the angle. This piece I did cast it and fabricated in China at my studio at that time. After they cast it, I put them all together and then cut them and put in one bigger container, shipped to Colorado, and then site. It's quite a challenge. During the transportation, there's some of the damage on the plant. So on site, we have to use crowbars and angle grinder, and bend them, and pound them, and find it. I like this angle. The American flag on the back is perfect for this piece. And this is a couple of soldiers from the Korean War. Next. This piece is called teamwork, and it's also kind of tribute to the firefighters and police officers. And this piece is located in city of the Glendale, Arizona, in front of their public safety. Next. This is detail. Next. Yeah, same thing. This piece like I did for the self-owned firefighters department, and also spent lots of time and particularly emphasize some of those details. There are even the gears that are weird, walkie-talkie and the wires. And I'm trying my best details. as much as I can, so. Next. And this is a couple of police officer in actions. This is I used to use a form of stainless steel, like a pyramid and which is the idea symbolize the victories pyramid shape, and I have a couple of officers emerge from the top. It's a combination of material, the bronze, the stainless steel. And this piece is located in the police department in Central University of the Central Florida. I can do my student. I think it's which year it's in 2013. Yeah. Well, thank you. That's much better. This is called the Union Memorial, and it's for the I did in the city of Toledo, Ohio. And that site used to be a plant for the Ford Autolite plant. And in the earlier 30s, there's a strike happens in that plant. A couple of the workers were killed at that time. So after they demolished the site, they wanted to build a memorial. So they had the competition, international competition. I was the one selected for this project. So the piece were composed of two bronze figures and one male and one female. They are holding their picture sign, and science is justice and the fair working environment. And on that, I also constructed a brick wall from the demolished, the factory demolished, and they are all those bricks. And so I designed this memorial wall, and also the arch on the left side. There's arch on the factory grand archway. There's a belt, yellowish, white yellowish belt on in the lower part of the wall as a repeated slogan. Yelling at that time, and I don't exactly remember the slogan. Is I think it's a fair working condition, raising equal opportunity, something like that. Yeah. And I did this piece with the help with student from the University of Winter. I think I spent about 3 months and live there, working with students in this whole project. Is our time okay?
We're getting close to wanting to move into the
Okay, yeah.
round.
So now,
2 to 5 minutes.
okay, that's good. So now I think the rest is will be. And this is my second piece in city plan. After I'm done with the first piece in city, they like my work, and appreciate all I'm doing. So they commissioned me for the second piece for the public safety memorial in front of City Hall. And this is a memorial, and which center can compose the cemetery. It's a sculpture, I think, in 15 tall. On the back has a black granite wall, which has all the names of the firefighters and the police officer who killed the victims. This piece is in Singapore, Fire Station, I think 16 or 14, I don't remember. which fire station. It's casted or moving. This piece kind of interesting. I think I casted my first aluminum piece. Actually, I did casting. Somehow get some problem. You know, the foundry is now they work on this piece, and so the art commission from the original company. So I said, okay, that's fine. This is just doing art. So I just created the one casting and argued piece and shipped over. Next. This is called hide and seek, and it's a 3 figures and only showing 2, and it in the same areas, in front of a grandpa and with his two grandkids. One is on the it's kind of like the grandkids, and one is in west side and one is in east side. We are playing hide and seek. This piece is in the Marcus Whitman fire station. And a firefighter is charged off on the smoke. I'm kind of just using the exhibits and kind of smoke. It's covered. Part of covered. The domination of this. There are a few slides I'm going to show you. Is I have invited my colleagues who is working with the plastic foundry in Seattle, and his name is Greg. He's from Ukraine, and he has very good skills in the plastic realistic type of work. So I said, well, how about if I get this project, how about I'm going to invite you on my team, and so you use your skill and you can talk about your skill. This wonderful project. And he said, well, that's wonderful. I have to work with you. His work is really good. I mean, in terms of the nautical training. Thanks.
So this is Gregory's work that we're seeing now?
Yeah. This is also his work. I'm thinking very serious about this project. So I thought if I can get the people who has wrote in same, we all have the similar training in plastic art. So I said we can work together, and it's a wonderful timeless statue. Okay, so this is last piece. Yeah.
Great.
Thank you. It's always fun to share my works with the people.
Well, thank you so much, Heidi. We do have several questions. We have about 20 minutes left. And so I am going to go at a little bit of a quick clip, and then I'll open it up to the community as well to ask a couple of questions. So can you tell us what you know about Billy Frank Jr. and what interests and excites you about this project?
So okay, we are getting to the next content of the question.
Yep.
Right? Okay, so that's good. I agree with my work here. Well, as the American environment protection leader and the treaty right activist, Billy Frank devoted his life to stop environmental protection and the Indian station right. My knowledge of Billy Frank started with this project. I have learned more about his life and personal stories by consulting online material. I will do more intensive research if I'm selected for this project, and also hope to be able to have the opportunity to interview his family members or friends. So I was kind of surprised when I first walked in. So I thought, oh, wow, I wonder talk about. So I can have a better understanding of his stories and his past. My interest in this project is for 3 reasons. The first is the importance of this project, both the geographic location and social significance. And it will be the most honorable project of my artistic career. Second, as a minority, I can better appreciate the hardship and suffering of the different with this rights movement. I feel that I have something connected with him, and this principles makes me feel I have very strong creative desire to train this image. Third, the both facial structure of the mediums and very unique and antique sculpture. Their facial features are similar with Asian. My years of sculpture training made me have a deep understanding with the characteristic of Asian. It made me feel that this project can be perfect, taking into my professional expertise. Those are three main reasons why I'm very interested in this project.
So can you tell us a little bit about how you would conduct your research for this project?
Well, if I'm selected to be the artist to undertake this project, I will immediately proceed to a more in-depth study of the Billy Frank. This will start from his family upbringing as well as more comprehensive and systematic understanding of all aspects of his social activity. At the same time, learn more about the history and culture of the indigenous people. I will start where he was born, raised, felt the land that nurtured him, and walk along the Nisqually River where he has fished before. I hope to be able to interview his family and friends and listen to their stories to get a full picture of his past. Of course, the communication with the people and professionals who are related to the project is also essential. I will be happy to speak with the community members and the related professionals to discuss the issues, concerns, and requirements. I hope that through the communication with the project stakeholders and the decision makers, their expectations can be more clearly defined. Together, we can achieve common success to complete this project.
Can you talk a little bit about your communication style and what your expectations for the state team and the committee during the project?
Well, I'm a natural listener. My communication style is to listen and to find the common ground during the communication process. I like frank and effective communication, and I also enjoy the fun of dealing with the people from different backgrounds, professions. And this kind of communication will bring more fresh experience to the project. The expectation I have from the state team is hope I can have all this assistance from them during my creative process, including provision of the materials and the possible coordination of interview with Billy Frank family and friends.
Have you had a situation in the past where you worked on a project such as commissioning a new piece of art and the decision makers or stakeholders had a different vision for this project? If so, can you explain how you worked through differences?
Public art is a socially engaged artistic practice. It involves all parties, clients, communities, and stakeholders. Everyone has expectations for the project. This is an interesting interactive process. Not only is very challenging, but also is absolutely great opportunity to listen to various constructive opinions. Once a project is realized and the purpose, function, and the theme of the project are determined. We then will work together on the large framework and to avoid any confusion caused by uncertainty. So when different opinion occurs in the process of the public arts creation, I always do my best to meet the requirement of the decision makers or my clients as much as possible on the promises of the retaining artistic interpretation. In my past project, I have indeed encountered lots of the decision makers disagreeing with my design proposal, particularly in China. And when this happens, I always do my best to stand on their side to understand where their concern come from and make a possible adjustment of the design as necessary. Through those experiments, I have discovered that non-art professionals are more interested in artworks than we realize. Artists are often involved in their works because of their extreme input and cannot withdraw to make a comprehensive evaluation of their own work. Bystanders are often able to offer a nice and fresh, different perspective. That's why every time when I came out with one poem, my wife was my first audience to give an interesting insight. I believe I will maintain a great communication channel with this community in this project. Thank you.
Can you foresee or have you thought about any potential challenges with this project in particular that come to mind for you today?
The main challenge still will come from myself. That is how I can get out of my comfort zone and make a bigger breakthrough in my artistic career. I determined that I will create a piece of the timeless artworks that can truly portray be different, yet stands on its own artistic merit. In order to achieve this goal, I understand there's a painful self-challenge process. As artists, you understand when you work for many, many years, every project, the challenge is going to be very painful. So that's a really a big challenge. And how you can get out of your comfort zone, that's what I'm always, fighting on that. Of course, all the aspects involved in such an important project are not being easy procedure, including the project background research, intensive information gathering, interviews, meetings, and coordination with the application shop, and so on. I believe these challenges are bound to be overcome based on my experience in public art practice over the past few decades, and also my strong desire to participate in this project. Thank you.
Wonderful. I would love to, we have about 7 minutes left. I would love to answer any, or to open it up to the committee for any questions that you have for the committee or our process, and then to also give an opportunity to ask questions.
Sure.
So do you have a question for us?
Well, I don't think I have any question. I'd be happy.
So then I would love to open it up to the room, and if anyone on Zoom would like to raise their hand, I'll pay attention to the hands raised in the chat room on Zoom.
So I can ask one question.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hi, Ian. This is Karen from the Arts Commission. In terms of working with the Northwestern motif, with the Native motif, with symbolism that captures the spirit of Billy Frank Jr., a little different to some of the work you've shown us. And how would you approach capturing what made Billy Frank Jr. such a special person for us then?
This project, the nature of this project is basically is a piece of literature, a piece of realistic work to portray Peter Frank. So I'm looking at, I have done a lot of portrait art in the past, but most of them are private or institution commissions. I'm looking at as in our professions, I'm looking at the portraiture, sculpting, and also the creation of a public style. They are all the same. You have to, first of all, in the public art, you have to find the theme, the topic, the subject, and surround this subject, you are come up with composition design to best to represent your idea. And same thing in portrait creation, and you have to understand who are you portraying, and what's the person, what's the cultural background of this person, and that's very essential to understand. And so after all those things, understanding of his background and his personality, is also starting this facial structure, and then come up with the best way to compose the piece of portraitures, really to depict this spiritual side. It's not just we are taking a picture, and also we're not just making a piece of art like his background, like his background. Well, that's essential for the next phase of art. You have to make something looks like something, right? But the important thing is to capture the inner spirit, and that's important. So I think that's also a challenge on this part. And the different things is Peter Frank and his cultural background is from the Indian culture, and that's something honestly I don't know too much of the Indian culture. I don't most of, but not every extent. And so, but this leaves room for me and to really get into this opportunity for me to understand, the amazing, fascinating history of the artists. And no matter fact, when I walk into the home city, this I talk to did about the history of the Indian work, things came from our and but there have
Yes, you did. Thank you. Very much.
Are there any other questions? All right, well, Heidi, thank you so much for your time. Our next step will be we'll be reaching out to artists this week or next week, I think, hopefully with next steps for deliberation. And thank you so much for traveling down. Do you have any last questions for us?
Well, thank you, and this is great opportunity for me, and I'm really excited about this project. And as I have progressed, I think this could be my lifetime opportunity. I mean, I can see what my statues in statuary hall. I mean, that's something. So I hope I can have at least the opportunity to present my camp in the next stage. So members of the committee can really see my skill, how I can portray this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have another 10-minute break. So folks can facilitate if they need to, and we will be back for our next interview at 10:50.
Shoot.
Nice to see you. Yes, you may. Yes, you may.
So for the folks on Zoom, what I would like to do is test sound quality. Marty, if you would mind speaking into the microphone and then maybe just projecting and seeing what feels, and then I'm going to test and see what feels more, what's better sound quality for folks on Zoom. Yeah, so can maybe introduce yourself. Okay. And then just not to actually jump straight into
All right,
Check the screen.
Happy to be here today.
And then would you put the mic down and maybe, just speak in your natural voice and we'll see which one sounds better.
On screen.
Okay. I'm Marty Reese and I'm so happy to be here today. Thank you so much for inviting me.
All right, and then I'm going to test one other thing, which is to mute this one. So between the you were trying yours.
The way you play with the volume, more volume.
Yeah.
But everybody in the room.
Are also muted.
Not just their computer, but also their.
Gotcha. Can folks on Zoom hear Marty well enough if she's using the mic or just using her voice? Natural voice is much better than microphone is what we got for Michael. Okay, so then I think we should just, if you wouldn't mind just projecting.
Okay,
If that works for you. Well, Marty, thank you so much for being here today.
thank you.
I have your presentation and I'm happy to give you my computer and
Okay.
my mouse for it, or if you also want to just, well, I think, let's see. Or if you want to just tell me to mouse forward, which would you prefer?
Oh, God. I guess it would be nice if I could click it forward on my own.
For sure. Right,
But I don't want to mess it up.
that is totally fine. Let's do that.
It's not like I do one of these every day. I'm a very hands-on person.
And give me 1 second. I'm going to get this set up so that we can share screen.
I'm hoping to in the future.
So now bear with me. I'm going to just share the screen. Okay, so and then we just have another note that says when you face the screen is when the Zoom folks can hear us best. So
Okay.
as we're talking, if we do
I
not
need
towards
to
the screen,
face forward.
Yeah, and I would like to start there. Thank you, Karen. Yeah, so I would love to start before you present, just going around the room and around Zoom, members and other stakeholders that are on this call and on the meeting. So Peg and Frank, can we start with you?
Where do you take a break? Daughter-in-law.
Louis Frank, third chairman of the Legislature.
Danny Hack, thank you for being. Thank you. Vice Chair.
Peter Mann, I'm facilitating.
I'm Karen Hannon. I'm the Director of the Arts Commission. I'm on the committee.
Benjamin Helly, archivist with the state archives.
Good morning, my name is Kayla Sparkle. I'm the media coordinator, also in the language program. Good morning, my name is Naomi Logan. I am the Quality Language.
Good morning, I'm Heather Natasha, and I am the Washington State Archives.
Can we go to Rochelle Davis on Zoom to introduce yourself and then pass it around the Zoom chat, those that are on Zoom?
Yes, good morning, Rochelle Davis, Senior Policy Advisor for Governor Inslee, and I'll pass it over to Senator Braun.
John Braun, State Senator for the 20th Legislative District.
Can we go to Susan Balbus?
Hi, good morning. This is Susan Balbus. I'm Director of Na'ilahi Fund and on the committee. Thank you.
How about Jennifer?
Hi, I'm Jennifer Kilmer, Director of the Washington State Historical Society.
And Allison Brooks.
Hi, I'm Allison Brooks, State Historic Preservation Officer.
And Michelle Cohen.
Hi, I'm Michelle Cohen. I'm the curator for the Architect of the Capitol.
And I think Kieran also is on the call from the Architect of the Capitol as well.
Yes, hello, Kieran Marshall, also with the Architect of the Capitol. Thank you for allowing me to be here.
Thank you all so much. And here, without further ado, I'm going to pass this to you. So we have Zoom here, but I think you should be able to, to just navigate that way.
Okay. Are they able to see my face? Or are they just see my voice?
So if you see in the corner there, what they see is the sort of the room as a whole.
And they see a pinhead.
Yeah.
Basically. Okay. Wonderful. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me to be here on this gorgeous August day. The month we look forward to in Washington all year long. So hello. My name is Marty Reese, and I am a female artist. I've been working in the field for 22 years. I have received numerous awards from Portrait Society of America, Allied Artists of America, National Sculpture Society, as well as the Marine Heritage Foundation. I love what I do, and I do it every day, and I am so grateful for the work that I am able to do and the life I get to live. It's a lot of hard work, and I'm going to kind of take you through the process of the beginning to end of creating a sculpture, because often sculpture is sort of, I guess, kind of interpreted as like light painting or 2D art, which everybody is more familiar with. Sculpture is that much more harder, and it is really quite involved. So I thought I'd just kind of take you through the steps of what I do. But before I do that, I thought I should tell you a little bit about my background, just in case, as a refresher. I was born and raised in Gig Harbor, Washington. So that's over in the Tacoma area, if you're unfamiliar with that. And I'm the oldest of 3 kids. My father was a timber framer builder, so built custom homes using reclaimed timbers and sometimes put in stained glass windows, and really tried to make a home that was crafted and you wouldn't know when it was built. And my mother was a teacher and loved history and had me in an art museum as soon as I was able to basically read. So I spent my childhood in the Seattle Art Museum, the Smithsonian's. And then in my teenage years, my parents were crazy enough to think we should go do community development in South America. So we lived in Ecuador, Quito, Ecuador, for 3 years, from the age I was 14 to 17. And that gave me the opportunity to not only realize that Gig Harbor was a small place and the rest of the world was so much bigger. It also really changed my perspective in terms of having to learn another language if I wanted to have friends, seeing the indigenous people up in the Andes Mountains in their traditional dresses. And I also have an adopted sister from Korea. So my family was very different and had a lot of variety in it. So I returned to the United States when I was 17 and just finished out 1 year at high school and decided that I really did want to be an artist while I was always doing art in my childhood years, I found that really art was what I definitely wanted to do in the throes of living in Ecuador and seeing both poverty and like the very extreme drastic changes in wealth. It's very extreme there. And also just the colors and culture. So that really set the tone for how I've always approached every project with extreme curiosity and always wanting to know like the depth of the person and their background, because that has a huge effect on how they go about their life and how they live out. From what small amount I know, but hope to know more. Obviously, it takes a lot to be brave, what Billy Frank Jr. did. So, and then I guess from that I went to Laguna College of Art and Design and got a fine art degree and a sculpture degree and learned how to sculpt the figure, learned anatomy, and I continue to work on that every day of my life. I feel like I'm never fully there. So it's always an exciting adventure in that regard. And I've been working basically as a professional artist. I got my first commissions, life-size sculpture commission, very young at about, my first piece I did was for the city of Gig Harbor when I was 24. And then when I was about 26, I did a life-size sculpture for St. Anthony Hospital in Harbor. And since you can see, this is an example of my World War II Marine Raider memorial for the National Museum of the Marine. So this is the Navajo code talker facing us in this photo. So you can see the war dog handler and the Browning automatic rifle. So without further ado, let's dig into how I start. So I love to read, so this is not a problem for me. In fact, if anything, I have to kind of set things aside and get to sculpting because you can never know enough. It just is endless and you have to just make a decision. So here on the left, you can just see all the reading and a lot. I mean, this probably doesn't even show how many emails I've done in the process of making the World War II Marine Memorial, just in talking with curators about the actual equipment that needs to be included, having to actually put an exact date and month down to the month in order to have the accurate year represented in the sculpture. So this is kind of an example of just like how you have to really dive into the photographs as well in order to accurately represent a historical work of art. So you can see here on the left, that's the Navajo code talker at Iwo Jima there. And on the right, you're seeing the war dog handlers in the throes of the Pacific and the density that was included. So just really when I'm doing research, I'm having to not know the environment. And yes, maybe the environment isn't being included in the sculpture, but that's going to have an effect on the clothing that is selected, the effect on how they hold their body. Just all of those kinds of things are part of the environment. This is another sculpture I did for Shawnigan Lake School in British Columbia. And they wanted to create a piece of him for their 100th anniversary. And so I kind of dove back into the time when he was building the school because I found that was really kind of the inspiration for the piece. So I found examples of his clothing and what he wore and his dog and what he was like as a person, because there's nothing more disappointing than a sculpture that doesn't have any life to it, and you can't get a sense of the personality of the person. So to me, that's going to come out in the portrait, and just even funny things like what might be in their pocket, you know. Here is and when you kind of dig into knowing something about a person, you've got to like go to the sources of where the clothing is and where the equipment is. And I had multiple people I was working with to source the clothes, and particularly to source that radio backpack for the Navajo Code Talker. And go figure, the National Museum of the Marine Corps did not have that backpack in their big drawers of equipment from the past. So I had to find somebody in Oregon who had it. And so I went down there and met him, and we measured, and I measured out his backpack and looked at those headphones and radio and measured it a lot so that I could fully sculpt it, because when you're dealing with sculpting something, people are going to look at the art in 100 years or more to understand what did they wear and what did that equipment look like. So it's important that an artist is accurate as much as possible. So, and of course I had to try on a helmet, you know. So, feel free to ask questions, by the way. You find something in here you want to ask. So once I've kind of got some research, then I just start modeling my ideas out in clay and drawing them so that I can kind of get a sense of how this will work out. So here you can see I'm working on a St. Anne 3D sketch and some drawings as well. So, and then here I'm beginning the maquette. And maquette is the small word for, French word for a model of a life-size work. So I have, for this particular project, I had a young model for me, and then the face and hands and feet and all that I used Sister Anne, who has been serving in Virginia Mason Franciscan Health for many years, and she's in her 80s and certainly couldn't sit for me for the 15-20 hours I needed. So I kind of used both. So here she is. There's Sister Anne on the left, modeling her portrait for me, and the cup of tea, because she's from Ireland. So we have great conversations in my studio, and it's a lot of fun, the process, and getting to know people and trying to get their character coming out. Here's the approval. So once I get to this part, then it's sort of the committee arrives and they approve the maquette of the finished piece of clay. So you can see here's the committee, and there's they chose to cast the maquette in bronze. So there's the bronze version on the right there. And there was obviously some discussion about the scroll and the text.
Marcia, I just want to give you a heads up that we should, I would love to get some questions about 5.
Okay, great. Then I have just a few more things here. So here's kind of like, once you go life size, then you have the maquette, and then the life size that you work up to. So the maquette is scanned and enlarged into like a foam piece that will make it, just simplify it rather than just rebar and foil or a number of different in that regard. And then you got to get to the sculpting at the larger scale. So, and that all entails, you know, really looking at it from a distance and really making sure that the viewpoints that the public sees are the best. So here's some examples of working from life. So I bring in my models and work directly from life. That's the most important part of bringing something to full scale. So here's the Lonsdale sculpture for Shawnigan Lake School completed. And he ended up about 8 feet tall with his German Shepherd dog as well. So once the piece is finished in clay, then a silicone mold is made, and that's where you create the wax pattern. And the wax pattern is actually thin, so it's not solid. So you can see here a good example of how I can wear it for a mask before it's bronze, because once it's bronze, there's no way you're gonna do that, be on the ground. So, and the wax pattern is about 3/8 of an inch thick or so. So then here you can see the bronze head or the ceramic shell of the German Shepherd dog there on the left. The bronze, just after the bronze is poured, and here I'm taking off the ceramic shell of the dog, and you can kind of see how messy it is, how that can look. Then there's the bronze assembly. So a sculpture is assembled, and it can be, you know, 15, 25 pieces all put together. So, and that they're all kind of bend and do things in the casting process. So things have to kind of get pulled back together. And then once the sculpture is finished in bronze, then you have the patina process. So here's just kind of, I threw in some videos so you kind of get a, there's one video here so you kind of get a sense of that. So here the sculpture is getting up to about 200 degrees in temperature. And then they're spraying on ferric nitrate to the sculpture. So if you leave it raw, it'll just, if you leave it raw bronze, then it'll just go to a rainbow color. So here's kind of an installation, just to kind of give you a sense of what that looks like. So giant like threaded rod is placed into the sculpture, and then the bronze, then the stone is drilled and it's epoxy. It's, you know, heavy, requires a lot of coordinating, but it's so exciting when it's all put in and put together. You kind of see. That's definitely some coordinating, getting it through the door. And then, you know, voila, everybody thinks, oh, this was so simple, but it really is not. It requires a lot of thought and time, physical labor to it. I thought I'd throw in the party example because you always want to celebrate at the end. This is an example of the unveiling at the National Museum of the Marine Corps in Virginia. I gave a speech. There were some speeches. We of course covered it up, so it could be a surprise. Prizes are the best thing in life, and it's just a good moment. And here I just threw in some examples of my work so you could kind of see the variety of work that I do. I to draw. I've had a lot of fun incorporating cast glass and blown glass in my work. And you can see up we go on the right, my war dog handler on the left. So I have just a variety of work, and here I am working directly from a model.
Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. It's great to see all the steps of your process. I would love to move to questions now, because I want to ensure that we have plenty of time. Should the committee have questions? I have a copy of this is emailed to you as well. I would love to start out just by asking you to tell us what you know about Billy Frank Jr. and what excites or interests you about this project.
Well, I've read the papers that you sent, and I've read about him. But if I was selected for this project, I would definitely not work with just what I've read so far. I would be, talking to his family, interviewing his family, reading a lot, getting involved into the historic knowledge about it. So for me, I don't feel satisfied until I have a full understanding of the person I'm sculpting. What's nice about Billy Frank Jr. is that it has been a long time. 100 years. So memory is fresh, and there's a lot of source material, I imagine. So yeah, so I find him a fascinating character, fascinating person who fought for justice, and that's just a really important thing I feel would be important to convey.
So can you tell us a little bit more about, you've talked a little bit about how you like to conduct research, but can you get maybe a little bit more specific about how you think you might approach research?
More specific? Well, I would need all your sources. So like, I need to know who I need to talk to that knows the most about him, who are his best friends, who are his children, and sons. So I would want to read it if he had any particular speeches that he gave, videos, what clothes he wore. It's kind of endless. So yeah, but that would never be my problem. Finding them. Yeah, if you get all of that and then you compile it and go, okay, how do I get that to come out in the gesture of a sculpture? Because for me, I don't want to sculpt a piece that's a man in a suit. So that is, been done over and over. I want to sculpt a piece that is going to be, it's going to be meaningful, that is going to catch people's attention as soon as they walk in the room, and is going to show the spirit and passion of who he was. So, and you could maybe do a lot of research, but you have to go from research to a sculpture that has really has the spirit of the person. So yeah, perhaps we would look into some sort of, clothing or some symbology that we could include that would bring that out in the sculpture. I've looked at many of the sculptures at Statuary Hall, and there's some here and there that are really like eye-catching, like some of Glenn Goodacre's pieces or the Rosa Parks sculpture. It would be just really great to kind of break that and bring something fresh that that's passionate.
So can you tell us a little bit about your communication style and what your expectations or needs would be of the committee for you to be successful with this project?
I'm really easy to work with and I'm very professional. I know how to work in a timely manner. I have really good communication skills. So in that way, the potential problems are usually just if the committee is too large and I'm getting too much feedback from different. So I need I like to have a conversation and make sure that the choices I'm making are correct so that I can just go for it. Great. It's hard if I go somewhere and then they say, oh, we don't want that jacket, can you take out that tie, or we'd rather him look this way rather than that way. So that's really where you have good communication from the beginning, like in those 2D sketches and in the 3D sketches, and you really have a sense of these are the things I want him to have. Determination, or a particular pin, or some things like that, and parameters that I can.
That actually dovetails really nicely into the next question. Can you give an example of a situation where you were working with the committee for commissioning of a piece of art and the stakeholders had a different vision, maybe than what you initially proposed, and kind of explain how you worked through committee feedback?
Yeah. A committee comes to an artist and they say, I want St. Michael. I'm working on a St. Michael for St. Michael Meadows. And they come that you come to an artist to create a vision, right? And so I worked, so so sometimes as the artist, you come up with ideas that are really great. You need to sort of get the commission to see them. So, so I decided they kind of said they just wanted an angel, and they didn't really know any more than that particularly. But I've been working on it. I was working on it off and on, and I brought in some swan wings to really get a sense of how to sculpt the wings and all of that. And I felt that it was necessary to include a sword. And they didn't, they said no sword, but I felt like it had some need for that because of the design to it. So I threw in a sword in the sheet, not like brazen or anything like that, because if you looked at the piece, it was missing an element to the left that completed the half circle. And they came in and they loved it, but they didn't want the sword. So we had a discussion about it. And I took out the sword, but they are replacing it with a staff, because it did need it needed a horizontal element in the angel to complete the beauty of it. So, and I struggled for like 3 months trying not to put a sword in or any vertical piece. But he looked like he was floating with his hands like this, and they had no purpose. And I was under the impression that, and I know that, so there is some need for a sense of, in St. Michael particularly, there is a need for an element of maleness, if you would say, besides just a gentle, soft angel, which I could also complete, but St. Michael felt like he needed out. So I don't know if I answered your question correctly, but If you hire me, you're gonna hire a passionate artist, so, that is sort of part of who I am. But obviously, I'm in conversation with you, and I want to make something we're gonna love together.
Can you anticipate that there may be some potential challenges with this project that you sort of see going forward?
Not that I can really see. Yeah, I mean, challenges come and we deal with them as they come. The only concern maybe I have is I'm used to taking a project from beginning to end and overseeing it all myself. And from what I've read in the paperwork, it appears that I will be scoping it and then it will be press. So that's something I guess at the next level, because for me it's the most important that the work reveals the original sculpture. So what I sculpted in my studio, I want it to look like in the bronze. And if you don't have the right foundry or the right wax chaser or so on, things can get kind of messed up in the process of casting.
I mean, I will say anecdotally, we're not at the phase yet where we have, contracted with a specific foundry, but I think that there is room to accommodate an artist being present and receive those, even if it's not responsible.
I think maybe just adding to that also, yes, I'm sure there's room for that to happen. But some of what we wanted to point out was that you're not responsible for the family. That's a separate piece, that the committee will undertake through fundraising. So we wanted to get that part to know that after that, you can still be probably involved, of course, but we're carrying the 18 days of money.
Which actually dovetails nicely in. Do you have other questions for us, for the committee, or regarding the process?
Not that I can really think of in terms of, I guess my question maybe would be your timeline, or because the sculpting portion and the casting portion are very time consuming. So often, when I'm working with the committee, they want something in 6 months, and but they don't want it. They take 1 more month to make a decision and so on. So so yeah, my feedback would just that don't take too long. But I know you're working with a series of people.
Well, I think the next step will be that artists that move forward will be presenting initial concepts in October. And I think the hope will be that if we identify the artists that is moving forward, that will happen in the early spring of 2023 to start initial research in that process. I think it's fairly open-ended as far as timeline is concerned, but will be contingent on all of those elements, and the fact that the maquette by the selected artist at both stages, both the maquette size and the life size model, be from the art capital. And Michelle Cohen is on the call now. So yeah, there's many iterative steps to the process, to this specific process. So I think if memory serves, that we were anticipating, as early as 2024 for the, but basically that we're looking, or end of 2024, yeah, is kind of our. Then I would love to open it up to the committee in the room, or to anyone that is joining us via Zoom. If you have questions, and I'm actually going to steal this back so I can.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Just curious, grew up in here. But in order, you said a couple of things. Capture the student. So with relative to capture the student, that understanding
a lot comfortable understand. But the reasons for them. So I'm curious, what is your basic, not detail, but it's like an overview understanding of tree rights.
My understanding of it. Well, it certainly very significant. But it would be interesting to try to find sort of way to show his struggle in having to they're from what I read, he had to compress or something. So I would find that would, if I was him, I would find that very hard to continue fighting without getting discouraged by looking like maybe my choices aren't going to bring any sort of results. So, and you know, obviously, like what has happened over and over throughout many different cultures, and even in the history of the United States, has not been has it's just really sad happened. So to celebrate something great that has happened, to sort of bring back what was lost, even though we can't replace what was done, so fishing, or the fact that we've had. I've done an extensive research on the pursaner and things, because I did a sculpture tour on Andrew Scandy for Gig Harbor, and it's just pretty interesting the amount of fish that were, and then immigrants who came and we invented, horsepower engines and things, and we're able to get more fish should have gotten. So yeah, there's a lot to these stories, these particular stories.
We just have a couple minutes left. Are there any last questions on the chat? Or, I'm sorry, on Zoom or in the room? Well, thank you, Marty, so much for joining us today. We are hoping to. Oh, yeah, I know, I saw it. Yeah, please bring it out. We have 2 minutes left.
Texture is really helpful to see. So, I didn't know if you wanted to put it on here, but as you can kind of see in the picture, Elliot modeled for this piece, and we would sing in Navajo while I was sculpting, and we just had a lot of fun together.
Also to have the camera on, which is what I should have done. Michael suggested it. I didn't see that while you were presenting, so that people can see your face.
Yeah, wonderful, awesome.
And can see the pieces.
So here is a little bit dark, but here you can kind of get a sense of, here is the backpack I was showing in a couple of historic photos. So here's the backpack here. Yeah, please come touch it. That's the benefit of culture. That touch it and feel it. So I had to, replicate these little headphones here. And really trying to get the feeling of him talking is to, oh yeah, really kind of get a feeling of him talking into the microphone, which, you know, all of his codes were completely unbroken by the Japanese. And they had their native languages that would explain using Navajo words to of course. Yeah, I can't think much.
And this is the name of the conference.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. It's great that you brought them up.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Lonnie, how big was this in the final design?
They went only this side.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, so like you saw where he's included in those other three figures with a background that was, it represented Bougainville Island. So I tried to incorporate like the mud, they were famous for their mud. So yeah, and a lot of the like textures.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for coming in.
Thank you. Love your hearing. Thank you. Thank you. Does anybody have any more questions at all? Huh? No.
Can I ask how many people did you?
Hopefully I didn't make you sleepy.
I think we did have one last question.
Oh, yeah, sure.
No, it's for her. How many people did you interview first to the meeting for property discussion?
Oh, in terms of for
preparations?
For the research of it? Well, I worked with like the curator from the National Museum of the Marine Corps, a World War II curator that had lots of he actually had a lot of equipment that he shipped me from Georgia for me to sculpt from. And then I did a lot of research to try to find a model for the Navajo code talker. And I kept calling and calling down to Arizona and found somebody's nephew who could model for me, who was actually in Washington. Elliott was the one who modeled for me, and then the other Marines were sort of tutored in Iraq. So for me, it's important that the model also has similar experience, even if maybe they're not perfectly the age or something, or has similar characteristics to the historic person. But yeah, I can't remember all the people I worked with, like in terms of numbers, but I can tell you their names. It's fun to get to work with people and get to know them in the process of it. So, and then when you have a question, and an email or call them up or say, hey, come by my studio, take a look. Right?
Okay, thank you again. Yep.
Thank you.
All right, so we have about 6 minutes before our next interview. Just a heads up that we'll be getting started at 11:45. Should we take a walk out at all? And it takes a village, and the technology things are always, you know, you gotta be nimble, I guess. So I think what I'm gonna do for our last is let my computer sort of be the computer that's used so that we have a video as well.
Figured it out.
We've of course we figured it out. That's always hard.
Yes, it is. Oh, thank you. Nice to meet you.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm moving into the floor.
Oh, awesome. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but lunch coming in about 12.
Oh, So, yeah, our last interview was 11:45.
That sounds good, actually. With little house.
It's driving me crazy. It's just blocking you. There we just. So this is the driving spine. Yes, you know, we'll have my camera on, but the mute on, so they're using the microphone, but they're able to see. Here's my
And they
card.
can run their own.
Yes. Anytime you want to. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Yeah.
We're not staying on track. Route is really good.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We'll get it.
Yeah.
Well, and I think that it was.
Oh, thank you for the thing. Women's health. I love to be underwater.
On or off?
I think off is actually a nice way,
For the slide piece.
and
I think if we were really- Can you shut those people in?
Yeah.
And what I would love to do is to start with brief introductions around the room. I have this camera on for you, so when you're sitting.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So if we can, maybe start, Tegan, if you wouldn't mind, starting with you and we'll go around like we've done.
Frank the third, Chairman, Scholar Tribe.
Denny has had the honor to serve for the governor.
I'm Valerie Peterman. I'm with the Washington State Arts Commission. I'll be facilitating the review.
I'm Karen Henning, I'm the director of the State Arts Commission.
She's going to
Benjamin Hilly, Washington State Architects.
Good morning and welcome, and following Vice Chair.
Good morning, my name is Taylor Starkle. I'm the media coordinator for the Village program.
Good morning, I'm Heather Zurich-Mata, and I'm the Washington State Architects.
Good.
And I'm going to have some of our folks that are joining us on Zoom introduce themselves. If we can start, Rochelle, with you, that would be wonderful.
Hi, good morning. Rochelle Davis, Senior Policy Advisor for Governor Inslee, and I'll pass it over to Susan.
Hey, good morning, Susan Balbus, Director at Illahee Fund.
We go to Senator Braun.
Yeah, John Braun, the State Senator for the 20th Legislative District.
We go to Jennifer Kilmer.
Hi, Jennifer Kilmer with the Washington State Historical Society.
And to Allison Brooks.
Hello, Allison Brooks, State Historic Preservation Officer, Department of Archaeology and Historic Preservation.
And is Michelle Cohen still with us? Okay. Yes.
Hi, nice to see you all. Michelle Cohen, I'm the curator for the Architect of the Capitol.
And we have Karen also from the Architect of the Capitol, Karen Marshall.
Yes, hello. Karen Marshall, Architect of the Capitol. Happy to be here.
Thank you all. So, Ed, we have a couple of options for audio. It seems like it's working best for folks on Zoom to just project, but we do also have a microphone if you prefer to use the microphone.
I think that works fine. That's fine.
Can folks on Zoom hear Ed okay?
Okay, that's your general direction. Can you hear me?
Please speak. Okay, so
Can anyone hear me?
yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna need a mic. Good morning. Can you hear me now? Is that better? A little more? There we go.
There we go.
Okay. Good morning, all. All right. I have an issue here, which is I can't see up close with my glasses on. I can't see far without my glasses. Oh, here we go. Good morning. My name is Ed Archie Noisecat. I'm Secwepemc from and Statlingham from British Columbia, full-blooded Salish. I've been making art for 40 plus years. I left Emily Carr in 1986. That's in Vancouver, and I moved to New York to Tyler Graphics for one of the biggest print shops in the world to start my career. So a lot of my work has a lot to do with making masters and pulling multiples from that. So I'm an expert in all forms of printmaking, mold making. I kiln cast my own glass in my own studio. I work in 3D kiln cast glass as well. We work in water jet cut fused glass, fused and slumped glass. So
A lot of these pieces are not going to be showing in the presentation I have today. I'm saying it because I do a lot of mixed media work, including all of these different media. I will show you some of the mixed work. I want to concentrate on the portraiture that I started a long time back, and I wanted to start my discussion by saying it's awfully nice of the Academy of Arts in Hollywood to offer a an apology to Sacheen Littlefeather 50 years after they yelled at her and John Williams said some horrible things to her. She was standing up to refuse the Oscar for Marlon Brando, yes, and they finally apologized to her for the horrible treatment they gave her. Anyway, I just wanted to say that. We'll start on the slides, I think. Starting at the beginning. Can you advance? You can advance since I have this mic to deal with. It's just so much to deal with.
So advance.
Slide number 1. As I said, I've been working in portraiture from the very beginning. This is a piece that I was commissioned to do back in 1995 in Minneapolis, Minnesota. I researched to find a person that I could portray when I had this opportunity to put up a public sculpture in Minnehaha Park in Minneapolis. And I found the story of Little Crow, or Ta'oyate Luta, he was a Dakota chief during the uprising in the 1850s and 60s. Anyway, at that time, there was a standing offer for scalps for any Indians that left the reservation. He was traveling in between places and just happened to be noticed by a farmer who shot him for the $50 scalp. And in the meantime, found that he was an actual chief of the Dakotas, and told all of his friends. They all came and took souvenirs of the body, and a lot of that was not given back to the family until the 1980s. A lot of that was in the Minnesota Historical Society. So finding this information there, I really needed to bring this story out so that we could bring honor to the name of this chief who was so horribly removed from this world. So I carved a 4-foot portrait of him in old growth red cedar with horsehair, and then we molded and cast a one-off piece and put it on stainless poles there. As you see, I also put horsehair in the bronze mask. And the piece is called Through the Eyes of Little Crow, and it's standing at the head of Minnehaha Falls in Minneapolis, allowing the viewers to look through the eyes of the chief who once saw the untarnished falls that were there. Maybe we'll go to the next slide. This is a portrait I did of Billy Frank Jr. 2015, I believe, and with the thought of doing a carving of this piece, but it got. I was thinking of doing a series of leaders who I greatly admired after doing the Little Crow piece and doing a lot of other work, and always leaning towards the environmental side. I was very drawn to the story of Billy Frank because of the work that he did and because of all of the many accomplishments that he got through his lifetime. So in this piece, I also have an image of Chief Leshai holding a warrior's paddle with the point facing downward, which is an aggressive stance, if you don't mind my saying. The paddle that's on the face of the piece is pointing upward, which suggests peace. So you have both peace, war and peace represented here in Leshai, Billy Frank, and the overall work that you're looking at. And this is yellow cedar with red cedar and yew wood, and the drawing is done on board with gesso, graphite on board with gesso. That's about a 4 foot by 5 foot piece. Next slide. This piece was commissioned by the National Museum of the American Indian Smithsonian back in 2003, sorry. I was the very first artist that was commissioned to make a piece for that new museum. I know this because the head curator told me. I carved a master work from yellow cedar that represents the phases of the moon. So if you look around the circumference of the moon there, you see the different phases of the moon, and on the surface of it, the raven's head goes up into the forehead, and the wings kind of wrap around the eyes, and the tail drops down below the mouth. So you can see a raven overlaid in the face of that piece. This was the start of my work of carving my masters in cedar and then casting them in bronze and glass. So if you look really closely at this piece, you can see the grain of the wood, the carving marks in the glass. Next slide. Not a great picture. This is a conglomeration of 3 pictures of a piece that I just completed last year. This was a 20-foot pole at the Squamish Leeward Cultural Center in Whistler that was that represents the Thunderbird at the top. It has a portrait of my great-great-grandfather in Kasusa, or Chief Harry Peters, who was the signer of the Leeward Declaration around the turn of the 20th century. And also on the face of this piece, I have a lightning bolt, a copper lightning bolt that's delivering a glass mask that represents the Black Crawler, which is the story that the spirit who brought the woman warrior song to my auntie Martina Pierre. So the woman's warrior song is represented in the piece since my auntie was the originator of it. It came to her in the sweat. The bear dancer at the bottom of this bowl bears a portrait of my cousin Redmond Andrews, who is also my apprentice. So this piece was installed, was just dedicated this past spring. Next picture. This is a double-headed eagle that's on the beach in Squamish. This was commissioned by the Lawrence family to represent Charles Lawrence, who was a great leader back in the mid-20th century. And there's some markings on the piece that represent him. He was injured. His knee was injured in the war. You see the scarring on his left knee. He had tuberculosis, so the lungs that are in the torso of this piece are red. And it's a double-headed eagle because he was the double-headed eagle who was protecting the village. And when he sat on the beach and was looking both ways, it appeared that he had 2 heads from looking both ways so quickly. So that's why the double-headed eagle. Next slide. This is not up there for me. This is up there because of the piece that's behind it. This is the only picture I have of this piece, which is a 6 by 6 foot square carved panel that had an image of the dual tricksters and a large sun. And that was my very first Best of Show piece. I won that at the Indian Art Northwest in 1998 in Portland, Oregon. I've got 3 Best of Show awards in my career, including the Bird Show. Next slide. This piece was carved back in early mid-90s, and it was collected by the Kamloops Art Gallery up in British Columbia. It's called The Spirit Who Brings the Salmon. If you look at the mask, you see that it's actually a mourning mask with the trail of tears, abalone tears that go all the way down the face. And the salmon that are hanging and connected to the house frame down at the bottom are articulated so that if you turn the little knobs at the bottom, the three salmon on either side swim. So you can make the salmon swim. And the hair on this piece, I believe, is my own hair. Next slide. This is lost wax cast glass. So these are three-dimensional salmon that are cast in glass. I carved the masters in wood. They were molded and then worked from there. So this is some of my specialty glass work. These are about 16 inches each in length. There's a male and a female. Next. I took that mold and I got a residency at the IAIA Foundry in 2016 and made 13 bronze salmon to go on this piece with a custom made table and custom glass. So this is bronze, steel, and glass to make this piece called The Vanishing Run. I started out with 13 salmon on the piece and I had collectors that wanted some of the salmon. So some of them got sold off, and when the piece got down to dwindled down to 6 salmon, I stopped. And so the piece remains with 6 salmon on it. Next slide. This is hard to see, but this is almost 7 feet tall. It's carved. It's a one piece of alder at the top that's carved into the snake with the orca. This was a challenging piece that I did as a demo when I was teaching at Pratt Fine Art in Seattle. I was teaching a large scale class and I just wanted to show them how to carve alder. So I did this little piece for them. I also added the salmon, which are carved in mahogany and joined to the bottom of the snake with dovetails. Next slide. This was a bus shelter I did out of Quileute just before, around the turn of the century, I believe. Anyways, all cedar, commissioned by the Quileute Project. Next slide. Front view. That's an image of the Thunderbird bringing a whale to the people when they were had fallen on some hard times. Next. This piece does not look like much, but it's actually 100 inches tall. And I have this in there to demonstrate my carving in cedar and casting in bronze. This is all carved in wood and then molded and cast in bronze. The sun at the top was made as a separate piece, actually. And if you go to the next slide, well, it's not that one, but I did that piece as a paper piece. It'll come up later. This is another mixed media piece I did that won the best of show at the Autry Museum in Los Angeles in 2008. It's called Endangered. It's got an eagle at the top, a spotted owl with a frog, and a bear with salmon at the bottom. And the eagle, which is kiln cast in Gaffer crystal, is at the top. The rest is bronze. This piece is another mixed media piece I did back in the late 90s. It is reclaimed barnwood. The face of the piece is stone, and the pot is meant to represent the micaceous pottery of the Nambe Pueblo and other Pueblo of Santa Clara down in the Santa Fe area. This actually is a tribute to a friend of mine, Lonnie Vito. We had a two-man show in New York back in the late 90s. And he's a very good friend. He's still making extraordinary pottery. Best of show winner from the Indian market and so on. So next please.
Ed, just as a heads up, if we can wrap up the presentation portion in about 5 minutes, I think
Okay, okay, I'm gonna bang through these mixed media pieces and end up on the last one. This is a blown and carved glass with carved wood at the top and a xenon light inside it with the dimmer switch. Next slide. This is blown and carved glass with walnut horns called Shaman's Trance. Next slide. Bronze with inlaid abalone and sterling silver, limited edition, sold out. Next slide. This is a one-of-a-kind piece, bronze and glass with cast bronze with glass horns, and the eyebrows are actually copper haired. Next, it's quite large too. This was the first commissioned steel piece I did. This is a 12-foot tall, half-inch thick 410 steel piece with a 36-inch ring in stainless steel at the top. Impressive piece, to say the least. It needs to be seen in person. Next slide. Ever around the turn of the century, I started working in my own glass, and this is one of the first glass pieces that I carved. I carved this piece in yellow cedar and kiln cast it in glass to make the addition. This piece is still available. Next slide. That's about 18 inches in diameter. This was called Underworld. It's also kiln cast glass in my own studio with a stainless steel stand. It's a limited edition, and this is also still available. Next. This ends with the portrait of my great-grandfather in Casusa, or Chief Harry Peters, on the chest of the Thunderbird there. This is the Thunderbird that's at the top of the pole at the Squamish Leeward Cultural Center. So my great-great-grandfather, who was a very well-known leader of the Statlium, or Leeward people up in Mount Prairie, is represented here. And this is the pole, the 20-foot pole that just went up on the roof. So that is my slide presentation. I also brought a little piece to show, just because I had it. What I have in here is a piece of yellow cedar, and now I did a little study just to show. This was just a little study. Now what I did was I made a little hat, a little like a stocking cap, like Billy Frank used to wear, and then I carved a separate face. This was to put on the welcome figure that I'm working on, just to test it out. So I put this on the welcome figure that I'm working on right now. And then I made the mount for it with the hat. So when you go like that, got Billy Frank wearing it. It's just going to start with the portrait of Billy with his star. That's so cool. You may. It's two pieces. Just make sure. And I guess we can move on to the next.
Yeah. So we have some.
Oh, I need to unmute myself.
No,
you're good. You're good.
So that's gonna stay muted because it's picking up from the microphone.
Hi there. Where are we?
So what I would love to do is ask some basic questions. Here's a copy of Carl's passing you a copy of the question. And these are really just to facilitate hopefully an open conversation. I would love to start with you telling us a little bit about what you know about Billy Franklin and your relationship and what most excites or interests you about this project.
The challenge of presenting a realistic and highly representational image of such a national treasure as Billy Frank would be the crowning gem of my life's work. I'm telling you the truth. I've been gathering technical and artistic knowledge for 40+ years since I left art school. Now that I'm considered a teacher and a mentor, this project brings all of this together in one magnificent piece. In my heart and soul, I feel I was born to do this work.
And so can you tell us a little bit about how you would want to start conducting research? what would be your process?
I think I've already started that, but Billy Frank Jr. was maybe the defining force that brought in incredible support to indigenous fishing people all around the globe. He was a trailblazer like no other. He was arrested dozens of times fighting for his people's right to fish in their usual and accustomed places. What I hope to show through this sculpture is the indelible and indomitable spirit that Billy Frank Jr. brought to the fight and to the table.
Can you speak a little about your communication style and what your expectations would be of this committee and of the state team during the project?
I would speak with family, then study family pictures and books to create a composition that will suit the Frank family and the committee. I have vendors and foundries that I've developed relationships with. I believe I know the technicians that very competently recreate anything I can design in wood, bronze, glass, etc. State-of-the-art technology allows me to carve a master image in cedar, then 3D scan to enlarge. At that point, I fine-tune details in clay. This will give us an absolutely sharp and beautiful sculpture.
So I actually do have a follow-up question about just the process of working from a carved master.
Yeah.
So that's you create a maquette essentially in wood or in cedar or in wood material, and then you enlarge it.
Yes, in this case, the idea is to carve an actual life-size figure because that would give me the optimal chance to get a likeness. And then from there, since we have the technology, we can 3D scan this to enlarge it, which gives me even more chance to detail this thing. So this type of work, it should not be a challenge at all.
Could you describe a situation in a past project where you were working with decision makers or stakeholders and they had a different vision for where you're presenting a concept and they wanted to see some revisions or had feedback, and how you worked through those?
Yeah, it's hard. You really have to be able to work with the client. I believe communication is extremely important, and I prefer to be prompt and concise. When dealing with red tape, diplomacy goes a long way. My expectations are the response will be reciprocated.
Can you foresee any potential challenges as you think about this project? Just anticipating things that might prove to be challenges for you.
I've thought about that, and the only challenge that I foresee is possibly finding the really best wood to do this from. Should we choose to go that way? I mean, clay is easy to find, and clay is easy to work. I can do that. Truckload down the road if I want. Finding the best yellow cedar such as that to work from is the challenge.
So do you have any questions for us about the process, about the process with National Statuary Hall, committee, anything we want to ask the team here?
I actually can't. I really hope that I get to see Statuary Hall to see the range of work that's there, because I know what I can do. I'm wondering if I can push it to where I'd like it to go, or do I need to be constrained to what everyone else has done historically?
Yes, I mean, I think we have Michelle Cohen, who is the curator for the Statuary Hall. I think it may be worthwhile just, Michelle, do you want to mention anything?
Sure.
About
Sure. Hi. Nice to meet you. Really fascinating work. So, Statuary Hall was created in the 19th century. And so at that time, when they envisioned the collection, they thought about it in very conventional terms. and and stipulated that works had to be in marble and bronze. And obviously they're thinking of figurative, very naturalistic sorts of portraiture, although we have a range. I mean, not all figurative sculpture is the same, I'm sure you realize. So there's a range of things that are, say, more idealized, more naturalistic, even in marble. And then we have another range, say, in marble. So we have a piece by Daniel Chester French, which is, one of our probably most realistic marbles. And then we have things that are, I would say, more generalized kinds of portraits. The most unique piece in the collection is by Marisol of Father Damien. So you should definitely go online and look at that. And Marisol, of course, if you're familiar with her work at all, as a pop artist, always working with wood constructions. So she's another artist who actually worked in wood, and then it was cast in bronze. So it's a very rectangular sort of box-like torso, but then she modeled in clay the face and the hands, and then added actually even little bits of colored patination. So Hawaii commissioned that in the 1960s, which, everyone who goes through the collection is like, why does this look like it is? But only to say that I think within that framework of needing to work in traditional materials, bronze, marble, with the desire always of capturing the spirit of the person and also a physical likeness, those really are the limitations.
I just wanted to add to that we do plan a visit to Statuary Hall for the successful artist, so that you can really be familiar with the location.
Right.
And the artwork.
I'm thinking about stainless steel and glass. Awesome.
No, the materials are limited to marble and bronze. I mean, that's just those are the parameters. And stone pedestals, obviously.
But I think there are many examples of statuary hall of variable and treatment as well so as Michelle was saying, all of the images of the statuary in Statuary Hall are accessible online. So there may be some.
If I'm designing this, I want to start from the ground up. So this piece is going to be traveling from there all the way up. It'll be involved.
Do you have any questions?
I don't. Do you have any questions for me?
Yeah, let's throw it to the room and to anyone on Zoom. If someone would monitor, if you aren't, I mean, I keep an eye on it. But does anyone in the room to get us started have any questions for Ed? How about, sorry, Ben. Yeah.
I want to ask, if you were to complete the figure on this piece, how might you approach it?
Well, this I would have to totally redo because that's just a face that's stuck to the front of a very two-dimensional kind of a work. This is actually very two-dimensional compared to a full-on representational mask that I would do. So this could not be turned into a full-on figure unless you were doing a relief piece. I would totally. This is just a study to gain a likeness of Billy Frank Jr. in a small piece of wood.
Well, then how would you, if it was a brand new piece, how would you work with the full figure?
The way that any other composition, overall, the pieces work overall, and with carving wood, it's a reductive method. So anything you take away is not going to be there. But with that in mind, we're working in bronze finally. Okay, so when we translate from the wood portrait to a larger scale, I'm then working in clay. So it goes from a wood piece, which is then 3D scanned, enlarged to clay. That's where we go. So then I'm working in clay. The full three-dimensional figure is carved in one piece. So I will render a block of wood with the full dimensions of the piece, however it may be composed, and then I will carve it in the wood. Like any other bronze or any other casting, a large scale piece is cut into different parts to be cast and then re-welded together afterwards. So it's very rare that a bronze is done in one piece.
That's actually interesting. I got a question. Yes, Shell. Just thinking about that. Because, you know, it's, those are working tools, right? Use paddles,
exactly.
Spears, it's cedar, it's wood. So I'm wondering, Michelle, understanding that you have to work with just basically bronze and marble, is that an outer shell, or can you have that yellow cedar inside where it's not seen, where it's kind of basically casted over, you know, but it's still there? I don't know how that works.
The thing about it is what I'm doing is I'm carving the master in yellow cedar. Okay. Yeah. Then we take what's actually done first is this thing is 3D scanned, and then this is enlarged styrofoam from the enlarger, and then they put clay on that, so then it's reworked. We're enlarging from the wood piece, which I will carve in one or multiple pieces, and then we'll enlarge.
And I understand that. I understand you're just taking a cast from that model. I was just curious for my own personal. It would be, maybe that's just me, but it'd be kind of nice to get a piece of yellow cedar in statutory hall. They don't know about. You know what I mean? But we tried. You know, so it's a way.
Child was raised from Cedar Community State, and that yellow cedar community, acknowledging for what they used to fish with, the cedar bark, you know, nets, whatnot. So that acknowledges the significance of including yellow cedar or red cedar inside of the statue itself. Historically, this is where.
May I say something? If I'm carving this master in cedar or whatever wood, you then have this piece after we pull the mold. After we scan from it, you have this piece. Understand? You then have a life-size sculpture carved in wood of Billy Frank Jr. You scan from that to make the bronze. So once we scan that piece, we walk away from it. Bronze is a totally new piece. Wood still exists. Wood carving, the tribe will probably get that. The family will probably get that. See where I'm getting at?
And I think that has been a conversation about, you know, well, where would the for the master? Where would that end up?
Honestly, with the longs, this was the Frank family.
I think that there is a question for Michelle here, you know, to follow on with what Pat said. I mean, is that actually possible to actually take the stone, cast it in bronze, and have it in statuary?
I'm sorry, I'm not picking up everything you're saying. I'm missing a few parts. Can you repeat? Can you repeat that?
Just asking about the logistics, or whether or not it would be allowed to cast a cedar piece, maybe just a small piece, a staff or fish or something, to take the cedar, cast it in bronze, and include that as part of the final statue in the hall.
To include a piece of cedar, or to include
a cedar that they can cast in bronze?
May I pose the question a little bit?
Please do, yeah.
All right. For instance, if I had the idea to add a talking stick to this composition, he could either be holding it or it could be standing next in a stand. This is a talking stick that tells a story, which usually gives that person the authority to speak. In this case, because there's so much story related to salmon, because there's so much story related to salmon, I would like to have a lot of salmon involved in the pedestal, as well as the talking stick, because it gives me so much more storytelling ability. And with Mr. Frank, there's a lot to tell.
Right. Well, we're not talking about like a fish in formaldehyde, like a Damien Hirst piece. I mean, we're talking about a bronze cast of whatever it is you're making, and that's absolutely fine. I mean, there are many pieces that have incorporated or suggested a wood walking stick. It's just that it's made in bronze.
That's what I understand. Yes, thank you.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think questions about like we can dial in.
Yeah, these can be worked out.
Yeah, exactly. I want to be conscientious of time. We just have a couple more minutes. I want to make sure everyone who's had a chance to ask a question has done so. And to anyone who has nothing, no raised hands on mine. Well, then in that case, I want to thank you very much for your presentation today and for traveling and being with us here in person. Our anticipated plan is that we will be in touch with you this week or next week with next steps, with the committee decision about who will be moving forward. And I am available to answer any questions that you have.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate you interviewing me for this. I'm really honored getting this far. So I really thank you all.
Right. All right. Thank you so much.
We will.
Thank you so much.
And thanks to the disqualifying hosting us.
So folks that are on Zoom, I think what we should do is, this is meant to be a working lunch, but I think let's say we will not actually start intensive discussion for about 10 to 15 minutes for any folks that are joining us online to have a chance to have a break, and get food and do what you need to do. So let's say that we will start actually discussing at, well, I'll touch base at the moment. Thank you.
I'm sorry, what did you say about 15 minutes?
Yeah, so we're saying in 10 to 15 minutes, we will reconvene to start the deliberation, to give a chance for any folks that are remote on Zoom to have a break and get food. We also have some food back here, so there's going to be a lot of shuffling of getting food, not much discussion happening. So we're taking a break for 10.
All right, great. Thank you. See you soon.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have a screen though.
I think it does. I think it does too.
The only one that actually knows.
Yeah, I like it.
believe it.
Guess who's moving home?
I could go, huh?
Guess who's moving home?
Who's moving home? Oh, the sister is for sure. Wow.
I go, Cole, unless your entire family's back in the house. He goes, no. He goes, no, we're moving out.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna just say, let's take another couple of minutes, and at 12:45, let's start getting down to business. So we'll hold on to a couple more minutes. We're not gonna all have our mouths full as we're starting to share.
Like 3 times.
If we can start coming back together and you're ready. Awesome. I put up the agenda just as a reference point for our different artists' names. In case anyone forgets. I'm gonna give an overview of how I think the next 45 minutes should work, how I'd like to facilitate the conversation. I do want this to feel open and fluid, but I think it's important to ensure that everybody's voice is heard as well. So I would love to start by going around the room and going to everyone who's on joining us remotely to hear who you want to advocate for, who you're most enthusiastic about, what your impressions are. And I actually want this to be fairly structured after we have maybe a conversation. I would like for us to take a vote. I would love for all committee members to choose the 2 artists that they feel the most strongly about to move forward. And then I'm going to tally everything and we'll see what the numbers look like, how that feels. The committee can talk about where they want to sort of who they want to advance based on that, all of the impressions, and that sort of analytic aspect as well. So if I And I've been picking on Megan and starting on that side. So maybe can we start with you, Heather? Sure.
No pressure.
No pressure.
No pressure. I know. I'm real nervous that I'm gonna say the wrong thing. I really appreciate each of the artists individually and clearly was like, wow, I am not an artist outside of the realm of what I can do. There were many things that people said that I appreciated and valued on their own. The comment by Addison about there being 8 Indigenous sculptures, but only 1 created by an Indigenous artist really stuck with me. And so I kind of was like, oh, wow, that's really important, right? And so of course that weighed heavy with me. The artwork of the second gentleman who came in, who had such beautiful faces and like really detailed work, right? We all saw the firefighters and we're like, oh, can he do a face? Can he not do a face? And then we really got into that work and really saw how amazing those sculptures were and the faces were. I really liked Addison's use of things look like turquoise out of the bronze. I liked his materials. My only concern for him was the fact that he identified it himself as a potential concern, just the size and scale of the work. But I think that it sounds like it's manageable and it can be done in the magic realm of art that I know nothing about. So, but I really appreciated his work a lot. And I also really like Ed's work at the end. I think it's such a different, it's so different from where I would normally go as the boring old white woman who would walk into a museum and be like, oh, that's really cool, because I know nothing about it. I think he intrigues me because I think he approaches it from a very different way. And I think I'm really fascinated to see what a maquette from him would look like, because it's a little more abstract, but I think he is 100% in the process and really excited about it and really understands the value. So I really like Ed. I'm nervous because I don't know what that looks like from the abstract world, because I am so not an artist, but I'm intrigued by it. And I think he really talked about some of the things we talked about before, like the influence of the salmon, right? And he really brought that up right away. Like he talked about his vision for the sculpture and some of the different things that I thought was a little more intuitive than what some of the other artists talked about. So I really like Ed. I'm torn on the other artists, but I really like Ed, and I'm intrigued to see what given that opportunity. But I'm intrigued by Addison as well. I think he has some real potential, and I always go back to, has he not had large scale things because the opportunity hasn't presented itself? And what does that say as we look as a society? Are we not giving people the opportunity to do things? But on the flip side, really making sure that we do the right thing for the family, and what an amazing opportunity to be a part of it. So I know that wasn't super helpful.
That was good. That's a good start.
So my name is Naomi Williams. Billy was my uncle. One of my fond memories is being a little girl and him pinching my cheeks, and I got these little cheeks. He was just always a happy, jolly person, and like he was saying, he brings out his profanity side. You know, there's many sides of him, and it was a very hard decision because they all have their own distinct ways. But to me, what I like Marty Reese's, because she put so much time and effort to get every detail. She, like when she was doing the lady, the older lady, the sister, she went into so much detail and studying and research and everything, and like with the post records and everything. And she just went into depth with it. And then for Edwin, you know, he just the salmon, you know, that was what Uncle Billy was all about, you know, and that's just who he was, and that was like the first thing that came out. And not only the salmon part, but he's got that coastal vibe with it, and to intertwine it all together. So that was just, those were my two. Edwin and Marty. I also liked Edwin and Marty. Like Naomi said, I like that Marty did a lot of research and went and touched and felt to get all the dimensions and everything that she needed. With Edwin, he is also Indigenous, so it's an Indigenous person doing the honor of making the statue for Billy.
I completely agree. I really like Marty and Edwin. And just to say a couple things about the first two, so Addison, I love that he's an Indigenous artist. Hope someday they can ask him to do a memorial painting. It looks like he has a lot of art specialty, but a very good sculptor. So if we're gonna get a sculpture, kind of want one of the best sculptures. He had amazing talent as well. Got a long history of sculpting. He's really good. I was looking a lot at facial features if you really want to get into detail, and he did a pretty good job there. But Marty seemed to have just a little bit more attention to detail. I feel like, I don't know who the committee will end up being, but if anyone on it have more input into like what the final thing will look like, I feel like it would be easier to go back with her so that she can kind of remake that mockhead and give it a final in a bigger room. Edwin, I love because he is saying close to it. So he said exactly what I wanted to hear with the history of Billy Frank Jr. He had that research and even a mock-up really quick. Sorry, I'm really quiet person.
No, I just thought, you know, I want to make sure.
So Edwin had the history of the Pacific Northwest, which I think is important because when you talk about Billy Frank Jr., you're talking about decades of history. And I know that my grandma and my aunties would be very, you know, assertive of what should be included, what it should look like, and a very determined, distinguished sculpture, if that's what you guys want to know. So yeah, my top two are Marty.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Antoinette Smalley, and as I sit here, I got to watch the last two. I also acknowledge the facial features. You know, I was that's my also look at the one that they had here, and then because it kind of gives you a sense and a feeling of what they actually envisioned of this person. You know, they make little details of facial features, which he did in the eye for Billy. And anybody that knew Billy, he always, you know, I mean, first of all, you think, God damn, it's good to see you. You know, he'd come up and grab your hand, and he'd grab you both of your hands, and that's love, you know. And people that can recognize that and feel that and acknowledge that just a little tiny intricate detail piece of a facial feature, somebody that respects who that person is or who that person was. So I can't win away from this. I like Marty's artwork, and I also am in agreement with all the girls. You know, I love the Indigenous piece about people having familiarity with in the country and recognize that. But I think if I had to pick first, I would choose Edwin, and the second one would. No, I was here for the Hayin when they came the first time. But after further, you know, review, I think I agree with the girls. My second choice would be.
I think we picked four good candidates here. I think all of them would capture the inner spirit well. I'm leaning towards Marty and Edwin as well. I think because of two different directions, if we were to go in the direction of Marty's, the physical likeness would be captured, I think, very well. I'm fully confident in her work since she's been doing sculpture as long as she has. She's got the research. I think she really put a lot of energy into it. And I think her approach would be, you know, she mentioned fresh is something, maybe bringing something different to Statuary Hall. I think she has the capability of probably doing What I liked about Edwin was the use of cedar. He's probably going to bring in a lot more symbolism into this. My question, and I don't think I asked it well enough to figure out, I love that sculpture he brought. I wanted to know what the rest of the figure would look like, because he's just not shown in his work that he had. Something I wanted to see would fill out that figure, which would have to be a full figure. So that was just my concern. Still, it would be, I think, a great piece to see in statuary also, between Marty and Edwin, just the two different directions, whether it be the physical likeness. I think Marty would do a great job at his face, which I think is going to be a critical part in what we saw from Edwin. I think he'd do that face. I think he'd show a lot of symbolism in the salmon, and it's just the use of cedar is really a great base to have in that. So I'm torn. It's just depending on what direction we would come with that realism or symbolic image. Thank you.
Hello, she's Gold. I agree. I feel like each of the artists can really capture and do an amazing job. And Marty as a whole, it's really amazing. I talked to and Addison, both because they're indigenous, and my top, or that's my top because out of all the artists, he gives it, like, he understands the history of really bring who he was, and he knows our the artwork. I enjoyed all his work he shared with us today, especially the little Billy that he passed around. He's so cute. The little baby Billy. But yeah, those are my top two.
I actually would like to, I feel like the folks on Zoom always get called on last. I think we just did this first half of the room. I would love to send it to folks that are joining us remotely and to hear your insights. And I have my list of who's remote, so I'm gonna work my way bottom to top. So Allison Brooks, would you be willing to share your feedback or your thoughts about the interviews?
I don't think Allison is here.
Oh, we lost Allison. All right. Then can we move to Jennifer Kilmer?
You're muted.
You're muted. Sorry.
I clicked unmute, I promise. I know how to do this. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm kind of, I think I agree with Ben Helly that I think there's kind of a choice between an artist who's going to present a very sort of realistic sculpture of Billy versus someone who may present something that's more abstract, but may represent so much more about the culture that Billy's a part of, about his belief structure, about his life work. And so Edwin, obviously, I think Edwin is likely to present a more abstract sculpture, but I'm very interested in what that might look like, and would definitely include him in the final. I was actually really compelled by Addison's work, the figures that he sculpted. When I looked at them, I felt like I knew the people. I felt a humanity within them that was really wonderful, but he hasn't worked at a really large scale. I have to admit that I know Marty Reese personally. She actually does summer art camps that my kids have attended. I think anybody who can teach art to kids is probably going to be pretty easy to work with. And she obviously, of all the artists, she's one of the finalists who has done this type of work, this full-size sculptural work. And as she demonstrated, knows the process top to bottom. And so certainly I think we could feel very confident in her presenting a really high quality work. Those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Can we move next to Susan Balbus?
Yes, thank you. Hey, everybody. So I agree with a lot of what was said that I could hear. It's hard to hear in the room. So I spent much of my morning with my ear next to my computer on my desk trying to hear. But I was very, very impressed with Addison. After Addison's presentation, I said that he's it for me. But then as we went through, of course, I just want to say what a talented pool of artists we have here. So talented. I think any one of the four could probably do a fantastic job that we would all be very happy with. What I loved most about Addison was him sharing about himself and his evolution in his art, and kind of where he was coming from and his deep indigenous roots. I was very impressed with that. And the details in the authenticity of the regalia pieces that he did just blew me away. Like I'm very much into detail of authentic detail. And as he was talking, I was actually picturing in my mind's eye the finishing sculpture, which had color and paint and detailed, beautiful cedar hat. And I just was very, very, very enthusiastic about him. And just, the way he presented with boldness and talking about perseverance just rang, so much of what he said just rang true for me, just really resonated in my heart and in my mind. And he talked about responsibility to the family. Like, he said all the right things for me. He checked all the boxes. I think he checked all the boxes. Honest representation, honest communication, very solutions oriented. Anyway, I really thought he was wonderful. Unfortunately, I couldn't hear so much of Haiying Wu's presentation, so that was a little disappointing. I did very much think he could do a very great job as well. And they all spoke to capturing his spirit. Marty, I think as well, is by far, I think, the most kind of advanced professional artist, right? I think she would do a beautiful job. I loved her life story as well. I thought that was amazing. A little bit more on the book research side, heavy on the book research, which I think is key and important, but I think starting with the family and knowing him and the community is most important in the research. I think if you're talking about capturing the spirit, Ed, I was there at Indian Art Northwest when Ed received that award with him on the magazine as a young person. So I've been following him for quite a long time now. Amazingly talented, so talented, and raised in his community, in the Salish community. So already understands at a deep level the meaning of salmon, in the lives of the Nisqually people and what Billy advocated for his whole life. Like, that's his life too. So I love the idea of him carving it in cedar first. I think that's absolutely amazing. So I'm very drawn to Ed as well. So yeah, that's what I have to say.
Thank you so much, Susan. Can we move to Senator John Braun?
Sure, thank you. And I'm probably going to repeat much of what's been said, and I couldn't hear everything in the room super well like others, but so I'll try not to repeat too much. All good presentations. I'm not sure I'm qualified to judge, but and I think I noticed that many of the same things others did. Marty clearly had the best range and best ability to capture the likeness of Billy. I think her examples and her work are very impressive, and I think if we're trying to capture in detail, she, I think, stands above. When you look at just the artistic value, I was very taken by both Addison and Edwin's work. I would be happy with either one of them. I think that Edwin has more connection just based on his life to the state and to Billy's history. And I think maybe would bring more of that. I did enjoy the idea of using cedar, although it seems pretty clear we're not using cedar in whatever final version we have. So I'm not sure how that works out. My one concern with Edwin was that much of his work did not have likenesses in it. He didn't have the range when it came to depicting a person, whereas I think Addison probably had the best balance between, you know, very compelling art, but also had some good pieces where he was doing likenesses, and I think could perhaps do maybe what's possible within the limits where you're using bronze, but you're getting a variety of colors and maybe capturing what you'd like to get, but you can't use, you know, wood products. So it'd be a tough choice for me right now. It would probably be Addison or Marty, depending on the top goal of the task force. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Can we move now to Rochelle Davis?
Yeah, thank you so much. I really enjoyed all four presentations. I think there's three that I would like to move forward to the next round: Addison, Marty, and Edwin. Everyone's talked, you know, quite a bit about Edwin and Marty. Addison, I as an artist, I think I like his work the best. But I was really concerned with his answer to the question regarding decision makers, and I'm just a little concerned about his flexibility, because these are not guidelines that we're setting. These are guidelines that have been set by AOC, and they're guidelines that we have to follow. And I just want to make sure he understands that. And so I would want to have maybe a follow-up conversation with him. And maybe if he does move on to the next round, we could delve into that a little bit deeper.
Thank you so much. I think that, am I missing any committee members on? Is Allison back? Do we have Allison in the room? Oh, yes, we do have Allison. So Allison, would you like to share your impressions with us?
Yes, sorry about that. I had a sort of a family emergency. I had to step out for a little while. I agree with Rochelle. On the one hand, I liked Addison. On the other hand, I was a little taken aback by his answer in terms of working with the committee. I liked his flavor of how he worked, you know, in terms of his emotional attachment to his grandfather and his work with the tribe. But I do worry about he was very defensive about the collaborative piece with the committee. And I understand he's an artist and I understand why, but this situation is a little different than if I was, you know, doing, hiring him to do something for my home. Mr. Wu, actually, I thought if we were looking for something very realistic, I thought he was actually pretty good in terms of realism using the materials that are in question. The The third was Marty. I thought she did a good job. And then I really liked Mr. Noisecat too, but I'm not sure how comfortable he was with the materials. So I don't know. How many are we moving forward now? How many do we want to move forward? Is it just 2 or 3?
So yeah, I think ideally we'll be choosing 2 to 3 artists to move forward to do the concept. And I mean, we could choose an artist today, but I also think that there's value.
I almost feel like we need to go back and go back to our 4th artist and really push him on whether the materials are going to be workable for him. I realized he didn't really have human faces. I thought he did some beautiful work. It's the material, both with him and Addison, it's the materials. Clearly, artists 2 and 3 were fine with the materials in question. 1 and 4, which is a shame because they were the Native American connection, wanted to use other materials. I guess if I was going to pick 3, I would pick artists 2, 3, and 4 and see if the final artist could work with the materials in question or whether that's just not okay. I liked Addison. I just don't know. His defensive answer it's sort of like Rochelle. It kind of got to me as this has to be collaborative. I don't know. I don't know if that was helpful, but that's what I walked away with.
Thank you, Allison. What I'll say too about, the next phase is presenting preliminary drawings, is presenting, discussion of materials, how they were going to want to approach patinas, having a written description of how they intend to pursue their research, or what research they've done up to this phase as well. And I'll also emphasize that the artists have not been given a full disclosure of all of the parameters at this stage. And so they'll be approaching creating a concept with those, I think more clearly defined those parameters in mind too. What the artists have seen are the sort of the call for applications, the RFQ, and I think that needs to happen from our side are the sort of parameters for the AOC. All to say that, Heather, I think you brought it up. Sometimes what's in an artist portfolio is not indicative of what their capabilities are, because they haven't been given enough. So that's all I want to say about, if you're not seeing evidence, I did hear from Ed that he understands that that there needs to be a likeness that is on it. But so just as, I don't want to interject too much, but I just want to make sure. Thank you, Allison. Can we move back actually over here to? Okay, sure. Denny, Lieutenant Governor.
Who wants to go first?
Great. So Senator Braun said he wasn't sure he was qualified. Let me be clear. I'm absolutely not qualified. What I would say is I would be perfectly content with any 2 of these to be brought to the next stage. Moreover, I would be perfectly content if all 4 somehow were brought to the next stage. In fact, in my layperson's perspective, what I would really like is an amalgam of each of these 4 people's strongest assets. Addison has Indigenous roots. Addison has excellent skills in relevant art production. I probably think that we're discounting Hai Ying too much. I think he's a world-class sculptor with precisely the right kind of experience. Now, he was, I thought, the weakest in terms of storytelling or rootedness to what it is that we need to bring forward with Billy. But we're not making a final decision. I think it would be very interesting to see what he would do with the next step. He is very upfront, quote, realistic style has been my main thread. Manifestly clear in his work. And I, for one, would like to see what that would look like as it relates to Billy. Marty, everybody, I think, has extolled the self-evident qualities that she brought forward. Ed, I think, has far and away the deepest rootedness in the cultural vibe that we want an artist to capture. There's no question about that. My question about Ed is, there's really no evidence of previous work of a very similar style, where he is carved in wood, creating a life-size or larger than life-size sculpture. So that's not disqualifying, but it's fact. So either any of these courses we take, I'm fine on any two of them, all four of them, somehow genetically fusing each of these four people into one, because I think they all bring incredible assets to the table. It makes me excited about the next step.
Well, first of all, let me start off by saying how awkward this is. Because I mean,
it's a hard process.
I've known Willie for a long time, so basically, if somebody's doing a sculpture, is where he wants to go with it. You know what I mean? That's just, so with that said, anybody I don't agree with, if you like someone else, then I can change my vote. I reserve the right. No, but just looking at the interviews, I had a similar feeling with Addison. Kind of that defensive mechanism that came up. It almost seemed like an unwillingness to work together, which is, this isn't just. He took ownership because it's his art. I get that. He's an artist. This is something he's created, but he got to understand that this isn't for him, though. This is for everybody here in the Northwest. This is for the Frank family. This has a lot more meaning than for just specific to, I wanted to do this specifically my way. And so that kind of lead me away from him a little bit. Hai-Ying Wu, honestly, I was blown away by his realism, his detail. It was, and listening to what he said something, so he's definitely one of my picks, because he said something, although it was just a little phrase, and it was really quiet because people couldn't hear him. It was really soft spoken, but he said some words that just caught my ear that I didn't hear anybody else say. He said that if I was picked, one of the first things he would do would walk along the river. And that kind of just, okay, he wanted to understand what that meant. And being that he's not from around here, understanding that he's from a completely different country, but he knows what to me, I felt like he knew what he needed to do to get in tune, to feel that, not just understand it from words, but actually be out there on the water, understand what that feeling is like. So he won me over with that comment. Marty's definitely, unbelievable artist, but it did it bothered me a little bit that she was from Big Harbor, and when I asked her what's her understanding of tree rights, she couldn't respond to me. I mean, she did give a pretty long description, but she never said anything about tree rights. And so to understand the purpose of this and the meaning of this, and when I think about Billy Frank, it's, the names start popping into my mind. It's Bruce Wilkin from Macaw, it's Joe Delacruz from Canal, it's Tyka from Puyallup. These are just names of a couple. But to understand and to be able to provide something with that background, with that story that represents, it's interesting because it's this guy's father, but everybody looks at him like he's theirs. I can't imagine how many meetings I've been to where people have maybe had one or two conversations with him and act like he's my best friend, and I know so much about him because, that was that he just transcended that, it just kind of came off. So it's a story. And I don't know if Marty is up to the task with not having any of that background, understanding that a lot of these things that were happening in fishing wars were literally happening in her backyard. And she didn't have much to say about that. So that kind of bothered me with her. Although artistically, I think she was amazing with the work. Getting back to that story part, I think that's where Ed was hitting, the nail right on the head there. It was just, he understands it. He's already visualizing a story in his mind, even just talking about something simple as a stick. He said it would give him a place to create more of a story. And I like that. I like it to, in my mind, you want to have the likeness, but you also want to have a story to go with the likeness. So those were my top two is how you move. But once again, this is if it really decides to go a different way, then I support that guy.
And I just want to, we have about 30 minutes left, so I just want to make sure if we run long, I don't like.
No, we're
Pagan Frank, I think the committee did an amazing job with bringing the 4 artists forward. They're incredible, and like everybody said, if we could take these 4 artists and their greatest attributes and put them together, that would be wonderful. I didn't like the way that Addison interviewed. I thought that his answer was very abrasive, and it went a little too far with his indigenous. You guys know that. I don't think he had to elaborate that far. He knows if he did his research, he would know that me and I both the families on the community that were in this home working to try. So that just didn't fit well with me. He's a great artist, and I hope that he does well. And maybe in the future there might be some way capacity to utilize his artwork, but he has a little bit of growing to do with his interviews. And I did like when I'm thinking about the statue, Billy had a sparkle in his eye. Well, he wasn't, while he was strong, he was a warrior, he was grandpa, he was uncle, he was friend, he was brother. And he had strength, but also when you looked into his eyes, he had the sparkle. And when you looked at Dean's artwork in the way that he captured every wrinkle, he captured the face. That's what the face, Billy's face. And so I felt like Dean could capture that sparkle in Billy's eye. Like you could just feel the spirit come through. This isn't going to be an inanimate statue. This is going to be something that's living, breathing all the way from the design phase. And that's why I like Edward is that spirit of whatever he's going to carve from, that spirit is there in the wood, and it transcends all the way through back and through. The connection is here and there and with all of us. Marty was great for her ability to go and capture the inanimate part of the statue. That detail work was amazing, and when she brought out her little statue, that was clear that she was very detail oriented. But then the face part really kind of worried a little bit because I don't know the person or see the person. You just didn't get that sparkle, that connection to that face, but you could see all of he was wearing the clothes. So I think my moving forward would be paying and Ed.
Okay, all right. Thank you, everybody. Boy, it is a hard decision. That was 4 really remarkable presentations. But I do think we're trying to capture the essence of somebody who is such a mighty figure for our state. So you've got to be technically incredibly skilled, but you've got to be able to capture that essence. I have the same concerns about Addison that everybody else has. So he would not be in my top 3. The other 3 have so much to offer each one. Yi brought his sort of immigrant sensibility, his minority sensibility to his artwork, and I think to an understanding of what he would do if he were asked to move forward with carving the Frank Junior statue. I think he would do the work, and I think he would probably do an incredible job. Same with Marty, but I do have some of the same concerns as I'm hearing that technically absolutely incredible, but can she really get to the essence of Billy coming from the outside quite as much as she would? And then of course Ed clearly embodies everything that we need here in terms of that spirit. And I would need to see something to show that he can deliver the finished product in a way that is, of course, constrained by the rules and regs around statuary rules. So we've got to deliver something that fits that as well. I suspect he can totally do it. He would move forward for me. I would be happy to move 3 of them forward personally. But we'll see where the vote takes us. And what Chair.
I want to hear from everybody. Pass it back here. Everybody was on to say that.
I just wanted to say how much of a treat this is for me. To Washington, moved here from Montana recently. This has been one of the most engaging, energizing art selection processes I have ever been a part of in my career. And I come from an art background and historic preservation background. I chose a capstone in anthropology because you will help me see the reason why. Where it all converges is the human dimension. We see all of this coming together with such compassion, pure energy. It's pure, inspiring. And I think that everybody here today is inspired. Feeling, seeing, and reminded of the power of art to change lives. And regardless of the choices that you close on, I know this piece will go on to inspire and change folks' lives. Thank you very much.
Political answer right there.
You got to give me credit for that answer. That was a great
Well, like many people in this room, I've spent a great deal of time with Billy as well. And capturing the spirit is the gist of this. I will say briefly that my own growing up mirrored a little bit of what Marty has done. And I think what I see with her that we might be underselling what she would be able to do. I see someone who's extraordinarily inquisitive and very willing to do the work. I think we might be surprised if she came forward and brought you something. I think she would do that. I do agree that it's hard where she's literally at a nexus to what Billy was to this state, even though she lives here. But I felt that there's a slight distance there that you might not expect. So having said that, I feel compelled also. I think my kids love Mr. Wu's work. We went by every time we went to a baseball game, and every time we all saw him. Every time I was just really moved by the faces, and we all know that hanging fire was so awful. And it really kind of brought forward what those firemen bring to the job every day. So I think I choose people bring a great deal of emotion and impact to his work. So I'm kind of, and Archie, I want to see what I think he can do. I'm concerned about, and I've been concerned from the beginning about his ability to bring a project of this size and all the markers that you have to meet during the production. It's almost like if you could give him Marty or someone that's a second, that then we could see what Archie could bring. But that would be
So I want to see what Archie brings, because he does know Billy so well, and I've never seen a drawing of Billy that is better than the one that hangs Billy Frank. It's a drawing, but it captures Billy, it captures that spark. If you could bring that to a statue, that would be amazing.
I just want to start by saying I'm so glad that the committee took this step of bringing these four forward and not deciding at the last week to go to the mock-heads, because I think hearing from each four of them gave us a lot more depth to each presentation. I'm drawn to the realism of Miwoo's work and that level of detail. Also in his presentation, in his past works, completing the project that he did in China under the constraints. I think it shows that he can work under very tight constraints. None of us are around the Chinese government, but the ability to meet their standards, I think is very compelling. I think it shows that he would be able to work with this commission under the constraints of the statuary law guidelines. I also appreciated that he shared a bit of work of the co-artists that he thought to work with, and showed that there would be a team around him, and presented their skill as well. I was also, just deeply impressed by Marty's realism and what she captures in her statutes. It was concerning to me as well, the cultural imbalance there, or just that room for growth. I also felt that might be a very unique opportunity for her as an artist. She were selected to have this project as an opportunity to learn and grow in that aspect. Edwin and Addison, I thought, were both deeply connected. They understood the spirit cultural aspect of it, and I think deeply talented artists. I really appreciated Allison's ability, or Addison's, to bring in color to the very confined constraints of bronze. And so I think you guys have a very tough decision, but I was really drawn to Haywood and Marty, just for their ability to capture the realistic aspects.
And I want to also, Chair Frank, before, I think you should have the last word, but I would love to also hear from Michelle online. So, Michelle, would you be willing to share any?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I've been listening as intently as I can. Well, I really want to speak up for Addison. Yes, I heard that he responded to that comment, and honestly, to that question, and I attribute it more to his youth in some sense, and sort of public art that he's been accustomed to doing, which isn't really, I don't think, working so much with governmental bodies. It's more community-based public art. So as an administrator who for 20 years ran this program in New York City and now, work in the US Capitol, I personally don't think he would actually be so resistant to having conversations with your committee or even with us at the Architect of the Capitol. I think he was kind of reacting on principle. It was just my sense of it. I thought his work was really quite moving. And I think that he could really translate that into I think he can actually wed that with the form of a traditional bronze statue. So in some ways, I'm kind of echoing what other people have said. I think that he would push that medium, but he would work within the parameters of a bronze. I also did like Marty and Edwin. I guess here's my question to you. I think your process is really a good process. And since you're able to select more than one to move to this next step, if I had to, I would recommend going forward with the three artists. My choices would be Addison, Marty, and Edwin. But if you really had the funding for it, it certainly wouldn't be harmful to have all four of them move to the next stage. So I'm just not sure what your limitations are.
I'll speak to that a little bit. I mean, I said at the outset of the meeting that I think that there's an advantage to narrowing at this phase. But with that being said, what I'm hearing in the deliberation in the room is that there's, I think, passion or enthusiasm for all four for different reasons. And I think that Mike is gonna be so mad at me. And he comes back and it's like, all four are gonna get. I think I do want to actually get some numbers captured down of where the votes lie. What I'm thinking is that if, from what I'm hearing around the room, it sounds like most committee members, and I don't want to say this before we hear from Chair Frank, but most committee members have expressed an interest in seeing what everyone's at. And then the other three, it seems like everyone has a different sort of, the artist resonated with it. And so if that bears out in the numbers, that there's three artists that are sort of equal in terms of you guys wanting to see that, then I think it is important for us to maybe just look at the numbers and move forward. I mean, it would be just, in terms of budgeting, it would be another $3,000 per concept. And it means that you're then deliberating all over again for 4 artists that we haven't actually moved, narrowed the field down to that. But it could be that the next phase will really bear out some of those, because it will be actually, comprised of, directed materials about how they. But I think, Chair Frank, we should.
Oh, thank you, everybody, for taking the time today. This was amazing to see all the different. Having to decide is huge right now. I think every artist brought something different to the table. I really believe that every one of these artists could sculpt my dad and make this beautiful statue. As we sit out here today at Nisqually, I think a lot about my father and some of the conversations I heard today from the artists, and thinking about here at Nisqually, we didn't have running water until the early 70s here. And a lot of our folks here, went through that blood, sweat, and tears. And I think about my dad when we think about this artwork here that we're going to create. It has to be something that really shows my dad's willingness to come together and work with all of us. I think I always think about this. He could have been one of the most bitter human beings in the world. He could have went the completely opposite direction than what he did. And here in 2022, we know that we're in some weird times. I think we know that the last 4 years have been weird. As far as just the way we treat each other. We forgot how to treat each other with respect and forgot how to communicate with each other. And I think my father, that'd be the one thing he'd want us to do is really come to the table here. And he would, I believe he would want an Indigenous artist, but I would believe he'd want the best artist too. And as we look at all these different candidates, I think Ed was my favorite because of the Indigenous background and the work that he's done. I like Marty as well. And also, Hey Wu did a great job with the facial expressions and just the look of every sculpture that he did. God, it was just it was amazing to see that. My concern with Marty was the same as Patrick's, to be honest. Patrick and I sit in a lot of meetings, driving over the Narrows Bridge a lot and driving out to the Pacific coast there, Nia Bay. And the fact that she didn't know much about that was a little concerning, but it looked like she was willing to learn also. So I'm up for anybody who's willing to learn. So yeah, I don't know. I'd say Ed and Marty would be my top two.
So I'm going to actually bring this up now. I'm going to share my screen an actual voting sheet, and I have been trying to, I of course didn't start capturing votes until about halfway through everyone sharing their deliberations. So bear with me while I share this, and hopefully we can just really quickly go around the room once more. Yeah, if Zoomers, if you want to put into the chat, I can fill that out easily too. So yeah, and I'm actually going to amend what I'm saying. I want everyone to choose their top three, because we have it already budgeted for the 3 artists. So if you had to choose the 3, who are yours? So I see, Rochelle, you have Edwin and Addison. Do you have a third? How about Lieutenant Governor?
So we have to vote for.
You have to vote. This is for purely for deliberating numbers to see if there is in something that is entirely
But not ranked.
not ranked. Just
That's something.
So folks on Zoom, if you could share your top. Sorry, I'm changing the tune. Senator Braun, if you could unmute or share your chat. Chair Frank, I have you. Hiding, Marty.
Addison and Marty.
Okay. Do you have a third?
Edwin.
Addison, Marty, Edwin. Vice Chair O, just have the 2 hiding, and then there. How about Susan Balbus? Okay, so Allison.
Addison and Edwin.
Okay.
I have notated in the chat.
How about for you, Megan, you had Hai Ying and Edwin, would you want to keep it there, or would you want to add a third?
Same for me.
Same for you. Hai, Edwin. Heather, how about for you?
I'd actually, all right, hi.
Hai Ying.
Mark.
And Jennifer, how about for you?
I would do Addison, Marty, and Edwin.
Make sure that we have everyone captured here. Those that are present. So yeah, I think that based on these numbers alone, so just to sum up, everyone wants Edwin North Captain. That is unanimous. Okay, so I'm sorry. I have right now that we have Ed has. Okay, so I'm sorry.
I won't, sorry, I'll just keep the 2 as well.
Sorry, Benjamin, share yours one more.
Just Edwin and Mark.
Just Edwin and Marty.
Just I'm cool. You changed the grounds.
I know, I did.
I know, I
was halfway through. I know, and I feel like. Okay, so let's, so please, tell me how what your, what.
Okay.
Well, my thought is that we should vote the same way every time.
Yeah, so only
Either,
2.
you don't have to vote for 3.
Or you have
We do. We're going to kind of give us all these things.
Okay, hi, you will be your third. Thank you for holding me to that. We need to have everyone vote. So Susan Balbus, if you had a third vote, what would your third?
Yeah, that would be Hai Ying.
And Rochelle, if you had a third vote, what would- for Marty. Okay, got it. So that is interesting. That actually does change the numbers. Whereas, so I
think we will go forward.
So based on this, I would say Addison would not be moving forward. He received half of the votes. And if you think about it from that perspective, I.e. and Marty have received more than half of these votes.
I would vote for Heidi again as well, in regards to what Lily was talking about. I mean, our names didn't get put up there, but
Yeah, this is just the official committee.
it did have the distinct facial features. And like I was saying earlier, if you ever knew Billy, he always had an expression on his face, which was excitement and happiness. And he was very happy and very loving, you know, and he always had that in him every time you see him. And he shared it. He shared it with you, no matter who you were. And that's real important to acknowledge that piece.
So what I would like to do, thank you very much for that. And I do want to just touch on that. This is the reason why it's just committee members. Is because this will go on. So thank you to making sure that there was a standard process with how many votes we're passing. Before we have a final vote or have the committee vote, yes to Heidi, Marty, and Ed, I want to just give one last opportunity for anyone who voted for Addison to advocate for them, to say, change your vote. I want to see him.
I'll speak up for Addison. I think this is very unfortunate that he was discounted because of his comments about the word decision makers. And I kind of agreed with him. And I think it was the word choice. And I think we changed it after his response. We changed that question the way that it was stated. And I think he responded to that word decision makers like he had no decision, that it was all on other people's decisions. And I think he responded very strongly to that. So I just feel like, yeah, it's unfortunate that this younger Indigenous artist is not given this chance. I think he would do an amazing job, amazing.
Am I allowed to say anything else?
Yeah.
Because Susan, I absolutely agree with you. That's the point I was trying to make. So I second what you're saying.
This is Jennifer. I'm on my phone now because I have to take my kiddos somewhere, so I can't raise my hand. But I would also speak up for Addison for two reasons. The first is that his treatment of the bronze is unlike anything I have seen in Statuary Hall. And I've been in Statuary Hall, a few times and really looked at the different statuary, and I think he would bring something unique to the place. And then, secondly, I would say I was the most moved by him. I felt like he brought so much passion to this and would bring that passion into his work. And, what I would hope to see from him is just see that passion shine through in what he presented to us in the next phase.
Thank you, Jennifer. I see Allison's hand raised, and I would love to have the family have the last word. Allison, go ahead.
Oh, so Addison was number 3. I agree with people are saying about his young emotion. Again, it was his answer to the question about working with the committee that got me. But on the other hand, I am hearing people's point of view that, yeah, he's young and he did have a lot to offer. And his work was beautiful. It was Marty who didn't resonate with me, ironically, at all. But now I'm listening to everybody. I wonder, can we find it in the budget to just bring all 4 back? It sounds like we're all close with all of them and they all have something to offer. I feel like I'm going from Wu's realism to Addison and Edwin's more artistic flow. And I wonder, is there any way we can find it in the budget to have all 4 of them back for another round?
I think that there is compelling reason. If this had been pretty clear that there was an artist that people weren't as passionate about, then it would have been an easy discussion. The fact that we're really deliberating this, people are passionate about Addison and his inclusion. I think that we can absolutely, it's just gonna mean, another $3,000 and the deliberation for artists the next phase. But I think if I can have a motion from a committee member that they want to move forward, all four, and then a vote, a final vote.
I'll move that. So moved.
Second.
So who made the motion?
So I had Allison motion and Senator Braun second.
Yes.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
All
Aye.
those. No opposed? All right, so we are gonna move off.
I like it. No, I think having the artwork, everybody put their pieces together, start thinking about what, this might look like. I mean, I'm excited to see that. Plus, I guarantee you that any kind of models or anything sculpted or designed right now, I'm pretty sure the Nisqually tribe might be able to use them in the future also. So thinking about that.
But just to clarify, I didn't hear that they would be necessarily modeled.
No. It's just, yeah.
Exactly. Just to clarify, is there anything inherent in this process that suggests we must down select one at the conclusion of this, as opposed to saying we want 2 maquettes?
That is,
We're getting into really big money.
yeah. So the way that the proposal phase has been established for the artist will be getting a proposal contract from us for $3,000 for the creation of sketches or imagery and written materials for their approach, but not for a model or maquette at this phase. And so if we were to advance 2 other artists to make that model and maquette, then we would have to look. I don't mean to, but I think that we would need to look at the budget and
Depends on could advancing the 4, could we say, like how we did the Chief Washington statue with the final 4, they said, put your best work forward, and some did a mold, some did a drawing, and then 2 actually went all the way and did a maquette without paying for it, without us having to pay for that. Can we insinuate that?
That makes me nervous from an equity standpoint. It makes me nervous for if an artist is putting their own resources towards something that they're not getting compensated for, always puts me on guard. I would want to make sure that we're compensating artists for their work. And so I think that the conversation should be at the next phase, do we want to have more than one artist create at that, once we've seen the preliminary
But it kind of
concept.
guides the competition. Art.
I mean, I think that all of the artists should be expected to, that the expectation will be work forward. I will also say there is some deliberation still in terms of what specifically goes into the scope of work for the proposal contracts for these artists and outlining that, and that will be communicated. Because exactly what has been outlined for these artists as to what the expectation is for the concept. And so I think there's room for us to have more of a conversation.
Is it like kind of them putting their next best foot forward, and then also saving less time, so say somebody actually does a maquette, and then we like that one, but you can do this, and have the parameters up next.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to sound overly bureaucratic, but I would caution.
You want to sound underly bureaucratic?
I know, I would find it so fair to the artists too. They're always asked to give everything up, give us something for your auction and so on. So we're trying to be really fair and pay for genuine skills in our system. So I suggest that we take all 4, we see what they bring us, and at that point, let's see where we are. If we really are no closer to finalizing, then we go to branding.
Karen, we also want to evaluate apples to apples.
Yes,
And
exactly, yeah.
it may be that one, for example, has time to do concept,
Right.
but they're finishing another project that doesn't allow all the time and effort in the creation of a Montcat, but according to their calendar, they would be able to go all in where they chosen. So we go apples to apples in lockstep,
Yes. I completely.
but it begs the question, if we go to the next step. Well, we want 2 cats, then we're gonna have this.
Yeah.
Right. Yes.
And we should really hope they're all in person too to get access.
Yeah.
That would be very required.
Yeah, no, they're gonna have to be here for this time.
Yeah, maybe that becomes.
We can host it here. We will host it.
All right, well, thank you guys so much for your time. Thank you everyone who's on Zoom. I appreciate the fact that we are a half an hour over. So thank you. I think this is a really important discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Very exciting to have this come into the collection, whatever it will be.
I mean, it's not every day. Statuary.